For judges, this is our percentage yearling bull. 2 entries coming in this. Oh, there's one. Okay, we can do one. So judges Tyler and Justine will have a single entry in this class and a single entry in the mature bull percentage.
Edmonton'sBestHotels.com is proud to make your FARMFAIR International experience the best it can be. We are proud to have the support of Edmonton's Best Hotels as a sponsor of FARMFAIR International, and always make sure when you're coming to stay in the capital region that you visit Edmonton'sBestHotels.com to set up your accommodations. It might just be in your financial best interest.
And Robin, ring one, we're ready for comments on our single entry percentage yearling bull. Judge Tyler.
The single entry here, bull with a neat color to him and really exhibits the Simmental features that you'd come to expect. You know, he's got lots of punch and lots of power, big scrotal, and he's got a big foot under him. So a real nice bull to represent here for the exhibitor. Nice job.
Thank you, Tyler. So your champion percentage yearling bull is entry 32, RFTD Stop and Stare 427M from Rafter D4 Cattle Company of Sherwood Park, and taking home the banner from the Alberta Simmental Association. I was remiss in announcing Martin Cattle Services and Westbrook Ventures as the banner sponsors for the bull calf, and our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion percentage female banner sponsors Borison Marketing Service and Black Gold Simmentals. Our next class will be a single entry class. It is our mature bull, followed by our lineup of champion percentage bulls. And we'll have comments on this class. Judge Tyler.
Lots of product in this calf here. He's you know, carrying that meat down low and lots of rib. You know, he's good representation again of the semi-breed. You know, could definitely use more competition. Well put together. Nice calf.
Thank you, Tyler. So our percentage 2-year-old champion is CD Lionheart 3746. That's entry 33, exhibited by Canadian Sires and Donors of Mountain View County, and receiving the banner sponsored by Alberta Simmental Association. So we are ready now to reintroduce you to our percentage bull champions. Our bull calf that took first place honors in our class number 9, Martin's Correction Line 503N from Martin Cattle Services, that's entry 28. And our reserve champion, Harvey Crest Long Game 5012N, entry number 29 from Harvey Crest Cattle Company. In the yearling bull section, we congratulated RFTD Stop and Stare 427M, that's entry 32, exhibited by Rafter D4 Cattle Company of Sherwood Park. And our percentage mature bull goes to entry number 33, CD Lionheart, 3746, owned and exhibited by Canadian Sires and Donors, the Borison family. And they are vying for a Grand and Reserve Grand Champion percentage banner, and we are thrilled to showcase Southpaw Cattle Company and Scotiabank Agriculture Banking as our banner sponsors. And ladies and gentlemen, we've been very pleased to have two consummate professionals out in the show ring, Tyler and Justine Bullock, as our official judges in the Simmental ring. We also want to pay tribute to DLMS as our official broadcast for FARMFAIR International, and of course they make this show global. There is over 450 logins watching the Simmental show right now from all around the world. So thank you, DLMS. I can't imagine a show without you. Boy, would I love to be a fly on the wall listening to the conversation between Tyler and Justine. I'm going to guess Justine gets her way all the time. But to bring comments on their lineup, Judge Tyler Bullock.
It's going pretty smooth so far, Tracy. We'll do this through the day. We're just going to pick the cattle we like the best, the cattle we want to take home. So age don't matter, size don't matter, weight don't matter. The cattle we like the best will be the ones we pick and the ones we would take home to make the most money with or do the most damage with. So with that, this calf to me is the most well balanced, and he'd be your champion. And we'll use the red calf to follow him up for reserve. So congratulations.
Congratulations, Levi and Scott on the halter. Your two bull calves will be the percentage champions. Congratulations to Martin's Correction Line 503N and Harvey Crest Long Game 5012N. Congratulations, guys. And now I think Dwayne will allow us to take a quick picture if you'd like. So head on over to the Show Champion shop box, and we should be getting ready for our junior heifer calf. Class number 16 is going to be up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Horizon Ag and Turf Showing number 2 is ready to roll with our Shorthorn show. As soon as our exhibitors are ready to come in, folks, we will be moving forward with our Shorthorn show as part of FARMFAIR International 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, in Horizon Ag and Turf Showing number 2, we are moving into our Shorthorn show. We know we're a little bit late, but nothing follows us, so we will be in this ring until we aren't, which means every Shorthorn will be able to show and have the opportunity to be paraded in front of and evaluated and adjudicated by Judge Katie Songer. And we're excited to be able to have Katie sorting through a breed that's very near and dear to her heart. We have 5 in our first class. There's 5 in your show program. And Judge Songer, your class is complete. This is split number 1 of our Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calf. This group is actually born in order as they enter the ring from April the 6th to March the 13th. So a slightly less than 4-week age range from the youngest to the oldest. And our sponsor for this class is Bear Acres Shorthorn and the Alberta Shorthorn Association for Champion and Reserve Champion. So our top 2 from each of the 2 splits will come back in for our Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calf Champion, where our sponsor is Bear Acres Shorthorn and the Alberta Shorthorn Association for our Champion and Reserve Champion. And we're very excited to have Colin and Natalia Hayduck as our ring staff for the show. I consider them still newlyweds. I don't think that the blossom has at all worn off, the relationship between Colin and Natalia, and nor will it ever. Explore Edmonton manages the Edmonton Convention Center and the Edmonton Expo Center and is a major sponsor of FARMFAIR International. Explore Edmonton Corporation is also known as EEC, and while its mandate is focused on attracting visitors from beyond Alberta's capital city's limits, what they do and how they do it also enhances and amplifies the quality of life for all Edmontonians. Many thanks to Explore Edmonton for their support of FARMFAIR International. We do want to thank our service providers, including DLMS, who just said here a little while ago that they have over 400 people paying attention. And they are making sure that folks around the world on the internet are watching our FARMFAIR International shows as our official broadcaster. So many thanks to DLMS. We also, however, want to thank show champions, who in turn want to thank FARMFAIR for having them back and offer their best wishes to all exhibitors this week. Show Champions is the official photographer of the 2025 FARMFAIR International Show, and invite all of you to visit showchampions.com to purchase your photographs. And please remember, everyone, to tag Show Champions on your social media posts. Many thanks to Show Champions and DLMS, long-term supporters and service providers to FARMFAIR International. And ladies and gentlemen, in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, we're ready for comments from Judge Katie Songer on her first of 2 splits of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves. They're placed. Now we're going to hear all about it, folks. Judge Songer.
Well, good afternoon here on the Shorthorn side. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I think we've got a heifer calf class that starts things off on an exciting note. We've got some differences in type and kind. These are all Marches and Aprils, so they're relatively close in age, and so performance kind of is similar between these heifers, but the heifer that comes to the top today is a heifer for me. This one's the logical place to start if you're looking for a cow prospect. When you get this one on the side profile, she gives you a really, really nice silhouette. She's soft in her muscle shape. She's certainly got enough to her over the top, and I love the depth of body on this female. If you want to get critical on this one, you could chisel her up just in her neck, just to make her a little bit more striking in terms of that show profile, but that's a nice one to start off this class of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves. And the heifer that comes in second, I think, is the heifer that is the next most logical place to start. I love how much center body this one has. She's so pulled apart in terms of that rib cage. But when you get this heifer on the side profile, she just rounds off in her hip a little bit more compared to that first place heifer. And that's where I want to fault this one. You just want to pull her apart in her pins and just raise those pins up so she's a little bit more level topped compared to that first place heifer. But I love the softness of this one. She's a really, really nice looking maternal prospect as well. And the heifer that comes in third is a heifer that she's just kind of struggling being a show heifer out here today. I think that'll change as she gets more time in the ring. But when you get this one out in the move, she's just a little bit more restricted compared to the looseness of joints in that second place heifer there. But I love this one in just how much rib cage she has and where she comes over the heifer that follows her, just through that heart girth. She's really, really nice in her transition from her shoulder back to her rib, a heifer that you really appreciate for how much center body she does have. But she just gets a little bit restricted in terms of her movement off those hind two. And the heifer that comes in next is a heifer that I wish this was, we were leading into kind of a show steer class instead of a show heifer class with this one, because she gets a really, really nice look when you get her set on the side profile. But a heifer that she is really pulled apart in her skeleton, and for me, she's maybe a little bit much in terms of her muscle. She gets a little bit of a terminal look, and with that, I want to pull her apart behind her shoulders just to match the capacity that she does have through her rib. But again, a really nice heifer that's striking on the side profile. And the heifer that comes in last today is a heifer that she just gets outpowered by those heifers above her just in terms of her muscle. But you love how long-bodied this one is. You love how cowy she is in appearance. Again, a heifer that she just want to give her a little bit more mass to compare with those heifers above her today. But a really nice class to start with.
And thanks very much, Judge Songer. First place in this class and advancing to our Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calf Championship, sponsored by Bear Acres Shorthorns and Alberta Shorthorn Association, is entry number 1, BF Drama 512N from Bishop Farms of Killam, Alberta. Entry number 1 will be advancing, and so will in second place entry number 3, Marnix Hillman of Double Star Farm Limited at Lacombe, Alberta, with Double Star SVK Nella 56N. If you're marking your show program on our first split of Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calves, entry number 1 is first, entry number 2 is third, entry number 3 is second, entry 4 is fifth, and entry number 5 places fourth. We will have 5 heifer calves coming into our second split, ranging in age from March the 13th at the youngest to February the 11th at the oldest, so about a 1-month age gap from our youngest to our oldest in our second split of Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calves.
Over in ring number 1, we are kickstarting the purebred portion of our Simmental show, and we're doing so in class 16. This is our junior heifer calves. This is our only class in this division, so they will also be our division champions. There are 4 entries in this class, Judges Tyler and Justine. The age range here is mid-February to the 1st of March.
In Horizon Ag and Turf, showing number 2 on our Shorthorn show, Judge Songer, your second split of Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calves is complete. 5 in your show program, 5 in the ring, and your class is complete. Just so our Shorthorn exhibitors know, we will be sending our Shorthorn Plus champion females and champion bulls for photos after the completion of the Shorthorn Plus show, and then we'll be rolling into our purebred show.
My apologies, Tyler and Justine. The youngest heifer in this class is April 3rd.
When you're watching our Farm Fair beef shows, you are hanging around the Horizon Ag and Turf show ring. Its John Deere Gator is built tough for Alberta's terrain. From winter chores to muddy fields, it's ready to work when you are. Visit horizonagturf.com or stop by your local Horizon Ag and Turf dealership and take advantage of low-rate financing and payments as low as $260 a month on a John Deere Gator. We're very proud to have Horizon Ag and Turf as major sponsor of our Farm Fair International show, title sponsor on our Hull B show ring.
Over in show ring number 1, we are ready for comments from Judge Tyler Bullock on our junior heifer division class.
Really well-balanced heifer to start us off, a heifer that just has more top and rib shape and loin for us than the second place comparatively. I grant you the second place is nicer necked, a little more attractive looking on the profile, but this heifer just is, there's more top to her. She's got that big rib cage that we like, and there's more hip in behind her when you get there. This one is attractive, she's well put together, presented well, and gives you a fantastic look from the side, but just not as much heifer there. The two other heifers, there actually is more heifer there comparatively, but probably just don't put the balance together. They all have nice parts, but they just don't balance up as nice as the two at the front of the class. So these four are a good way to lead us off, getting, I'm sure, into some deep water here later on.
Thank you, Tyler. So our junior champion female and receiving the banner from SIBL Simmentals is PEAG Red Paradise 514M, exhibited by Dreammaker Cattle Company of Westlock. That's entry 39. And our reserve junior heifer calf champion, Carps Peppa Noir 507N from Carpathian Land and Livestock of St. Paul. That's entry 37. And she's receiving the banners sponsored by Green Valley Ranch. Third in class went to GRET Red Tramp 482N, that's entry 35 from Pearson Farms. And fourth in class, Twin Springs Royal 65N from Twin Springs of Lloydminster, entry 40. Our next class will be the first of 3 splits of intermediate heifer calves. This class has an age range from February 2nd to February 9th. 7 days spread in this class of first split of intermediate heifer calves.
And Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2 featuring our Shorthorn show is ready with comments from Judge Katie Songer on our second split of the Shorthorn Plus heifer calves. Folks, here's Katie.
Well, things are a little bit more challenging and I would say interesting over here in this second class of Shorthorn Plus heifer calves, because we've got some different types of heifers out here, and we've got some heifers that I'd kind of like to tweak little things about all of these heifers. And the heifer that we start the class with is a heifer that, for me, this one just has the least holes. This one is probably not the nicest fronted heifer in the class. This one's probably not the most stylish heifer in the class. But when you get this one out in the move, this is the one that has the least problems. She's more flexible at the ground. She's looser in her joints, and when she gets out and goes, she holds her spine nice and level, and that's why she ends up in first place today. She's a really practical type of female, one that I just want to chisel up in that front end, just change her shoulder just a little bit, make her a little bit more ladylike. But as I said, that's the most functional one to start, and so that's where we're going to start there. And the heifer that comes in second is a heifer that I really like in terms of that front shoulder construction. She's awesome in her neck set. She's really high tying. She's got a big body behind that. Where this one gets problematic for me is when you ask her to get out and go. She doesn't really want to be a show heifer today, but beyond that, she's just too, she's not as athletic as she needs to be. She puts her spine up when she gets out and goes. She's a little over on her front knee, and she turns out on those front too. And that's why she ends up in second today, because when you get this one on the side profile and you get her top down, this is a really nice profiling one that's certainly high quality and has got some pieces about her. The heifer that comes in third today is, again, another heifer that I love the softness and how maternal this heifer is. This one just has a few holes in terms of movement. When she gets out and goes, she puts her spine up. She's just not quite as athletic, and with that, I want to make her a little bit more chiseled in terms of her neck design, but a heifer that's got lots of volume, she's got lots of capacity, and there's certainly some neat pieces about that one. The heifer that comes in next here is a heifer that she just gets outpowered. She's just a little bit plainer and not as balanced as those heifers that precede her in class. And the same could be said for the last place heifer here. Just not quite enough heifer. You love the length of this one. You love how maternal she is. You just want to pull her apart all the way back. Give her a little bit more stoutness to compete today.
Thanks very much, Judge Songer. In our Shorthorn show, our second split of the Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calf Class and Division, Silverline Nix 7N is our class winner, entry number 10 in your show program, from Sonia Cumming of Silverline Shorthorn at Camrose, Alberta. Our second place and also advancing to our division championship is Shaylin Beatty of Beatty Farms at Bicyker with entry number 7, BT's Miss Honey, 146N. If you're marking a show program, our second split of Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calves, entry number 6 is 4th, entry 7 is 2nd, entry number 8 is 3rd, entry number 9 places 5th, and entry number 10 is 1st in class. So now we'll have the top 2 from each of those preceding classes come back in to determine our Bear Acres Shorthorn Champion Heifer Calf and our Alberta Shorthorn Association Reserve Champion Heifer Calf. And our Heifer Calf Champion will also be our Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Female, and that's sponsored by Lingley Livestock. Our Reserve Heifer Calf Champion is also our Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Female, and that gets an award from Triber Farms. So once Katie has determined who our champion is in this next class, they'll receive awards from Bear Acres Shorthorns and Lingley Livestock, and the Reserve Champion will get awards from Alberta Shorthorn Association and Triber Farms. And we'll reintroduce you to those contenders. It's entry number 1, BF Drama 512N from Bishop Farms, and second place from that first split, Marnix Holman of Double Star Farm Limited at Lacombe with Double Star SVK Nella 56N, entry 3. First place from our second split is Silverline Nix 7N from Sonia Cumming of Camrose, Alberta's Silverline Shorthorns, entry 10. And second place is entry 7 from Beatty Farms, Shaylin Beatty at Bicyker with BT's Miss Honey 146N. This is our Shorthorn Plus Champion Female class. Another major sponsor of FARMFAIR International is Made in Alberta, brought to you by the Alberta Food Processors Association. Download the Made in Alberta app to explore and support Alberta's best food and beverage producers. Many thanks to Made in Alberta. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Mike's Hard, proud partner of FARMFAIR International. With the addition of a small fee, Mike's Hard is located just around the corner from where Judge Katie Songer is currently judging in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2 from our FARMFAIR International Expo hospitality stations. Help yourself to a Mike's Hard after paying for it, of course. And Judge Katie Songer is ready to comment on her Shorthorn Plus Heifer Calf Champion, as well as doubling as the Shorthorn Plus Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female class. Here is Katie Songer.
Well, I think it's a neat thing the Shorthorn breed has done to incorporate Shorthorn Plus classes and really exhibit how Shorthorns can win in a crossbreeding scenario. And I think we've got 4 individuals out here that are really different in their type. But I think good comes in some different shapes and sizes in cattle, and you don't always have to have them look alike, but you do have to just try and find the high quality ones. And I think we have them out here. Those 2 first place heifers are quite a bit different in their kind. That first black heifer with the white underline gives you a really nice side profile. She's awesome in terms of her maternal look. She's got some center body, and you can really see how that one would look as a cow. And the heifer behind her is a heifer that's a lot different in type and kind. She's not as chiseled through that front. She doesn't give you kind of that ladylike appearance, but that heifer has so much meat and muscle when you get behind her. And I said when she was out here in class, she's super, super sound. She's really flexible in those joints, and she keeps her spine down. And those are vastly different kind of cattle, and certainly would work in different scenarios. And then the 2 second places behind them kind of follow the comments for those respective firsts in their classes. 4 really nice individuals. I'm going to go out and select the champions. Congratulations, Shorthorn Plus exhibitors.
Thanks very much, Judge Songer. Looking now for our champion and reserve champion of the Shorthorn Plus. And it's going to come from our first class. This is entry number 1, BF Drama. And in fact, both will come from the first class. Entry number 3 is our reserve champion, Bishop Farms. And first place from our second split. Bishop Farms is our champion, entry number 1, BF Drama 512N. Our reserve champion, entry number 10, Silverline Nix 7N. Congratulations to Bishop Farms and Sonia Cumming of Silverline Shorthorns, champion and reserve champion, entry 1 and 10.
Over in ring number 1, we're ready for comments in the first of 3 splits of intermediate heifer calves. Tyler Bullock.
Just an overwhelming heifer to start us here. This thing is just full-bodied, full top, full loin. I mean, that's something we really appreciate. We talked about it before, you know, big-bodied and just a heifer that kind of puts it all together. She just looks like she's going to be a donor-type cow, and something that's just got extra body and just overwhelms the rest of the classes as far as even just her body and weight and mass. That's not what wins her for it, but she does all the other things that put it together into a nice package. Second place heifer follows her up as far as just style and look to her, but just not as much heifer there just to get up on her. So the next 2 females just give up a little bit. You know, we talked about that top line and stuff. We give up a little bit on the third, and the fourth place one gets a little narrow at the base for us. Heifers that probably just don't ram up as good as that first one. That first place heifer really kind of takes it to the next level with this group. So deep class.
Thank you, Tyler. So the first advancing in our intermediate is our class winner, entry 46, LFE BS Sunshine 102N from Lewis Farms. Second in class, entry number 41, BLI RNBW Flirt 2522N, exhibited by SIBL Semitals and Renbow Raid Angus. If you're showing results top to bottom, entry 41 was second, entry 42 was sixth, entry 43 was fourth, entry 205 was third, entry 44 was seventh, entry 45 was fifth, and entry 46 was your class winner. Our next class into the ring will be our second split of intermediate heifer calves. Our age range here is January 25th to the 30th, 5-day spread in our second class of intermediates.
Horizon Egg and Turf Show Ring 2 with our Shorthorn show is now into our Shorthorn Plus Bull Calf Show. First place in this class will be our champion, and that will receive awards from the Pet Pad for being champion bull calf, as well as Head for the Hills Shorthorn for being grand champion Shorthorn Plus Bull. Second place in this class will receive the Bull Calf Award from the Alberta Shorthorn Association, and the Reserve Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull Award from Northland Sires and Jungles Shorthorn. Many thanks to the Pet Pad and Alberta Shorthorn Association, as well as Head for the Hills Shorthorn and Northland Sires Jungles Shorthorn for sponsoring this class. New Generation Supplements is a new sponsor of FARMFAIR International this year, and want to share that Flaxlick is research proven to support male and female fertility using self-fed, waterproof, omega-3 nutrition from the highest quality ingredients With FlaxSlick, you can work smarter, not harder. Thank you to New Generation Supplements for supporting FARMFAIR International. And another sponsor is Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, where tradition grounds us, but innovation drives us. Thank you, Olds College.
And with that, folks, we're ready for comments on our second split of intermediate heifer calves. Judge Tyler Bullock.
Really nice one to lead us off here. She's well balanced, long bodied, smooth made, just really put together well. She's just a joy to look at and evaluate, and a heifer you can just really appreciate. Second place heifer is a heifer that really gives you a great presence when she gets set up on the profile. It gives you a good look, head up, and follows it up with lots of body and sweep and stuff. Just gives up the overall mass and just overall body to the heifer that leads it. The next two heifers just come up against a tough group of heifers and probably just want to free them up when they get them on the move for us. Nice set of heifers and a real special one to lead us off.
Thank you, Tyler. So congratulations go to Westbrook Ventures of Rocky View County with entry 48. She's your class winner, WBC Emmy 36N. And following her, second in class entry 50 from Double RN Ranching Corp, RNR Darlin 40N. If you're following your show program top to bottom, entry 47 was third, entry 48 was your class winner, entry 49 was a scratch, entry 50 was second, and entry 51 was fourth. Next up, we have our final class of intermediates, but Rob, you're ready for comments in ring number 2.
We are. Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring 2 featuring our Shorthorn show is ready for Judge Katie Songer to give the awards away from the pet pad and head for the hill Shorthorns to our Shorthorn Plus Champion Bull, Alberta Shorthorn Association, and Northland Sires Jungle Shorthorns for our reserve to talk her class. Here is Katie Songer.
Well, again, we've got a class here that doubles as a championship, and I think there's two bull calves at the top end that certainly do deserve some banners, but I do think this is an easy placing between these two bull calves. The roan bull calf that leads off the class, I think he's the logical place to start. When you look at soundness, this bull is the freest moving one in the class. He's the smoothest one. He's the one with the most length of body, and he's the most fault-free compared to the bull calves behind him. Just a really nice bull calf to lead off the class. If I was to get critical on this one, I just want to change how he moves off those rear two. I just want him to stride a little bit more athletically, but that's being pretty nitpicky because this is still the best moving one in the class, and to me, he wins it easily. The bull calf that comes in second place today is a bull calf that you love when you get him on the side profile. This bull has so much rib. He's got some mass over his top. He's the deepest quartered and he's the deepest ribbed one in the class. But this bull struggles when you get him out in the move. He's just not as athletic as he should be. He just doesn't have that reach and flex that would get him around that bull calf that's in first place today, and a bull calf that's just a little bit shorter backed. But you love the skull construction on this one. You love the mass over the top, and he's really, really cool when you get him on the side profile. The bull calf that comes in next for me is a bull calf that's really problematic because this bull calf has so much mass. When you go over the top of him, he's got so much expression of muscle. But with that, this one struggles when he gets out and goes. He gets up in his top, and he's just not as free and easy moving off those lower joints compared to the bull calf that wins the class. And the bull calf that comes in next today is a bull calf that, in terms of performance, this one has it. But with that, he just doesn't have the natural muscle of the bull calves that lead off the class. I just want to blow him apart in his skeleton, just give him some more muscle expression to go with that frame, and then maybe just tone him down in terms of his frame to compete with the bull calves that beat him today in class. But a nice class of bulls. Congratulations to our champions.
And thanks to our judge, Katie Songer, and congratulations to Vanessa Shepard of Chapelta Farm. Entry number 70, Chapelta New Timber 13N, receives our Pet Pad Bull Calf Champion Award and our Head for the Hill Shorthorn Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull Award. Congratulations to Vanessa and Chapelta Farm on our Shorthorn Plus Bull Calf Champion and Grand Champion Bull. And Bryn Yoder and Cinder Angus, with entry number 13, Cinder Crimson 601N, receives the Alberta Shorthorn Association Award for Reserve Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull Calf and the Northland Sires and Jungles Shorthorn Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull Award. So congratulations to Bryn and Cinder Angus on that. If you're marking a show program on class number 6, our Shorthorn Plus Bull Calf, entry 70 is first, our Bull Calf Champion and our Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull. Entry number 11 is third, entry number 12 is fourth, and entry number 13 is second, our Reserve Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull Calf and our Reserve Grand Champion Shorthorn Plus Bull. Folks, we're going to take a little break on our Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2 as our judge Katie Songer and our Shorthorn Plus Grand and Reserve Champion females and bulls head off for photos.
Over in ring number 1, I was remiss in sharing the age difference in this class. It is January 18th to the 22nd, so we have 4 days spread between these 7 heifers.
Visit your Alberta Ram dealer and get a 10-year, 160,000-kilometer limited powertrain warranty on most new 2026 Ram pickups. That's Canada's best full-size truck powertrain warranty out there. Get into a new Ram pickup today.
We are now ready for comments on our third and final split of intermediate heifer calves. Tyler, give it away.
This heifer's striking when she first comes in the ring, but you get to analyze her and you appreciate even more things about her the more time you spend with her, for me. I mean, she gives you a great look. She's got the white on her. She's very attractive, but you get in behind her, you know, there's enough heifer there. She's got huge rib, huge body. She sets down on a nice foot that we can appreciate. Probably sets her apart from some of the others in this class is some of those extras that she has, but I do think her foot structure and leg and hip and body just probably pull her ahead here in kind of an easy manner for us for that heifer. Really nice heifer in second, you know, super strong over top like we talked about, long bodied, beautiful haired heifer. We just probably comparatively just foot structure, size and stuff, we changed that about her compared to the front one there. We get into the next heifer that's really overwhelming when it comes to hip and stuff, like we'd maybe just free her up through that front end and just make her a little cleaner up through there. Not that that has to be the case for every female, but you want to compare them to stuff like this. These are the extra bells and whistles you gotta come up against if you want to get up at the front end here. So another one that starts us off on a great class in the intermediate.
Thank you, Tyler. So advancing to our finals is RF Scream 5117 from Rancier Farms of Killam. That's entry 55. And joining her is the entry from Walgren Farms of Edgerton with WF Darlin 288N. That's entry 54. And third in class, Twin Springs Darlin 20N from Twin Springs Farms. That's entry 57. If you're marking your program top to bottom, entry 52 was 6th, entry 53 was 5th, entry 54 was 2nd, entry 55 was your class winner, entry 56 4th, entry 57 3rd, and entry 58 was 7th. So we want to thank our really good marshals back there. Those marshals, they never get enough attention. Anyway, we want to thank them for bringing us our classes in a timely fashion. So we'll reintroduce you to the top two from our first split of intermediate heifer calves. LFE BS Sunshine 102N from Lewis Farms, that's entry 46, was our class winner. Following her, BLI RNBW Flirt 2522N. She's entry 41 from SIB Simmentals and Rainbow Red Angus. From our second split, our class winner, WBC Emmy 36N from Westbrook Ventures of Rocky View County with entry 48, and second in class entry 50. R&R Darlin 40N from Double RN Ranching Corp of Lloyd. And most recently declared our class winner from Split 3, RF Scream 5117, entry 55 from Rancier Farms. And second in class, WF Darlin 288N from Walgren Farms, that's entry 54. So ladies and gentlemen, this is our intermediate heifer calf division lineup. And of course, they will be receiving a banner sponsored by Johnson Ranching and Reserve Maxwell Simmentals. So thank you to those two breeders for your banner sponsorship. All right, Tyler, we're ready for comments in this hotly contested intermediate division.
You bet, Tracy. You got that right. There's some, for us, couple of real unique ones in here, and you start getting out and raising some of these cattle and getting them around a little bit. It's hard to raise cattle at this level. There's some of the best, so you're nitpicking on things that we prefer comparatively to what some other people would prefer or not. But I think the one we're going to use is the harder one to make. And I think she has parts and pieces that you can go forward with to the next generation and do some really, really cool things with. So for us, that'll be the differences here. Justine will show you the one we like the best and the reserve champion.
Congratulations, Abby, on the halter of RF Scream. 5117 is your grand champion intermediate heifer, and taking the banner from Johnson Ranching, and follow it up with Jordy and her heifer. That is WBC Emmy 36N from Westbrook Ventures. So congratulations to the girls as they exit the ring. Jordy, of course, taking a banner home from Maxwell Simmental. So congratulations to all of our contenders in this steamy division. The intermediate division is often that way. And next up, we will have our senior heifer calves. Our senior heifer calves for judges Tyler and Justine. There are 5 splits of seniors. Tyler and Justine, the age spread in this first of 5 splits of senior heifer calves is January 11th to the 14th. There's 3 days difference in these 7 heifers.
Ladies and gentlemen, in Horizon Egg and Turf Show Ring number 2, we are ready to recommence with our Shorthorn show and our first split of our junior heifer calves. There is one scratch from your show program. Please scratch entry number 15. Please scratch entry number 15, leaving us with 5 heifer calves coming in, ranging in age from April the 10th to March the 7th. So a little over a month. Age difference for Judge Katie Songer. And Judge Songer, your class is complete.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments on our first split of senior heifer calves from Judge Tyler Bullock.
Nice pair to lead us off. The heifer that starts us is just more overwhelming than the second place heifer, just more in every way. You know, more bone, more hair, more stoutness, more loin, more top. Really good looking and puts it all together. The second place heifer follows her nice. She just doesn't have as much to her, you know, not as much bone under her, not as big a foot. Just all the things that would get her up there. Quite a variation of heifers in here, and I'm not going to go down and crush on them all the way down. These cattle, you guys have done an amazing job of making these cattle worth a lot of money, and I can appreciate that. And these heifers all are going to do their job out there and bring something to the table that the next one won't, right? So, I mean, this heifer's super stout, and she's going to bring something to the table that lots of these other ones can't. So we appreciate these females and appreciate you guys bringing them out in front of us. We're not going to cream on those heifers all day long. So really nice set of heifers, and we'll keep rolling.
Thank you, Tyler. So our class winner is entry number 65, KT Soda, 5126, from KT Ranches of Cherryville, BC. Second in class, entry 67, NGDBGW Image, 173N, from Hagel Livestock and Greenwood Cattle. In third, W2 Darling, 515N, that's entry 62, from W2 Land and Cattle of Vermilion. Top to bottom, entry 61 was 6th, entry 62 was 3rd, entry 64 was 7th, and 65 was your class winner, 66 4th, 67 2nd, and 68 5th. Our next class into the ring is our second split of heifer calves. I have the hiccups. Our age range is January 7th to the 10th, 3 days. Spread in our second split of heifer calves. If you're marking your show program, please scratch entry 71. Please scratch entry 71.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, we are ready for comments from our Judge Katie Songer on her first of 2 splits of junior heifer calves. Folks, Judge Songer.
Well, we've started this first split of junior heifer calves here with a combination heifer. I think this one just does the most things right, and that is why she ends up on top of the class today. I love this heifer through the center part of her body. She's nice chested, and I think where this one wins the class is just when you get in behind her and you look at that lower stifle. This one just has the most natural muscle of the top 3 heifers here in the smoothest made, most feminine package. And when you get this one out and on the go, she's really athletic, just a really nice heifer to start the class. And the heifer that comes in second is an absolutely striking when you get her on the side profile. She's so nice in her lines. She's awesome in her shoulder, and she's so nice necked. But with that, this heifer just gets a little bit flatter made compared to that heifer that wins the class. I question whether this one just has enough natural muscle, but when you get that one on the side profile, like I said, she's really, really elegant. A super nice one in second place here as well. And the heifer that comes in third is a heifer that she has some really, really nice pieces. This heifer is super stout. She has so much muscle when you get behind her and so much over her top. And with that, this one just gets a little bit piecey. She kind of breaks behind her shoulders a little bit. She's not as athletic as I would like her to be when she gets out and moves. She's just a little bit choppy, but that's a pretty nice heifer and super big ribbed as well. Just a neat project for this young lady. The heifer that comes out next in class, the heifer that when you get her on the side profile, she's really nice looking. But this heifer and the heifer that are behind her in class, I just want to give them some more natural muscle, just some more power to compete with those heifers at the top of the class, but a really nice way to start the purebred show.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer, for comments on the first of the 2 splits of junior heifer calves in our Shorthorn Purebred Show in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2. Our class winner is entry number 14, first in your program, Creekside Candy, 515N, from Bishop Farms of Killam, Alberta, bred by Creekside Shorthorns. We'll be seeing her again in our division championship, sponsored by Boreal Cattle Company, and the reserve, sponsored by Red Creek Simmental and Shorthorn, where 6S Maryland TB84NET from Schutz Cattle Company of Parkland County, Alberta, entry 17, may have the opportunity to vie for that reserve champion position. If you're marking a show program on split number 1 of our junior heifer calves, entry number 14 is first. That's our class winner. Entry 15 is a scratch. Entry 16 is fourth. Entry 17 is second, and again, advancing to our division championship. Entry 18 is third, and entry number 19 is fifth in class. Next, we're expecting 4 heifer calves to come in for Judge Songer. There is a scratch. Please scratch entry number 20. Please scratch entry number 20. And the 4 remaining are in the ring, and Judge Katie Songer, your class is complete. Another new sponsor for Farm Fair this year is the Works Art and Design Festival, celebrating creativity throughout downtown every summer, and is proud to be part of the art of farming. Be sure to check out the incredibly creative food display combining agriculture and food near the Expo Center food court, created by the Works Art and Design. We're very proud to have the Works on board as a sponsor in 2025.
And now with comments on our second split of seniors, Judge Bullock.
Lots of differences in this group of heifers here for us. We just probably landed on the heifer that's the stoutest, the most muscle in the female in the class for us. And then she does do the other things the best out of the group comparatively. So we get up over her top and stuff, and those are good things. You know, there's a few things we'd like to change about her, like every heifer in the class, but just puts enough good things together for us to get her where she's at, and we appreciate her for that. The second place heifer really hit me pretty hard coming into the ring, and is extremely attractive and really, really nice over her top, like we talked about. One of the best we've seen today. Just gets a tick restricted on the move. The next two heifers gave us a little grief. The black heifer profile's a little nicer, and the red heifer is stouter, you know, but a little nicer fronted on the black and a bigger hipped on the red. So just give and takes on heifers that we prefer and this and that. So differences, but another strong class.
Thank you, Tyler. So your class winner in advancing to the division finals is entry 77 from Mater Ranchers with Mater Rose 71N, and following her, second in class entry 76, Miss Rasilvia Chat SC Dream 41N, exhibited by Rasilvia Cattle Company, Chatsworth Land and Cattle, and Sholigan Cattle. Those are our top two. If you're marking your show program top to bottom, entry 70 was 6th, entry 71 was a scratch, entry 74 was 3rd, entry 75 was 5th, entry 76 2nd, entry 77 our class winner, and 78 4th. Our next class will be split number 3, and in this class, Judge Tyler and Justine, we are January 4th to January 6th, 2 days. Rob, over in ring number 2, tell us what's happening.
And we are ready with comments from Judge Katie Songer on her second split of junior heifer calves.
Well, this is a little bit more of a challenging class for me today, in particular because I'd like to take a few of these females and put them together. But the heifer that wins the class, I think she does so on the standstill. This one gives you a really, really nice silhouette. I love her shoulder design. I like how chiseled she is in her neck. I like how nice featured she is through her head. Where this one gets problematic for me is when you get her out and ask her to go. She's just not as athletic as I'd really like her to be in order to put the whole package together. Awesome on the standstill, just a little bit more restricted when she gets out and goes. But I think that's the one that puts the most high quality pieces together for me. And the heifer that comes in second is a heifer that I love for how much mass there is in this heifer. She's so big topped, she's so big muscled, she's got some pin width to her. When you get her on the standstill, she's really attractive through their front end. If this one could get out and go with some authority and grace on those two back legs, I think this one could be the one that wins the class, but she's just not as athletic as I'd like her to be when you get her out in the move. She's just a little uncoordinated off those back two, and that's why she lands in second today. And the heifer that comes in third is a heifer that pattern kind of like our class winner, just in terms of how striking and attractive she is up through that front end. With that, this heifer is, again, when you get her out on the go, she's just restricted off both ends of her skeleton. It becomes apparent that she's just a little bit straighter than she should be in terms of her shoulder, but there's a really striking one from the side profile. And the heifer that comes in next in class today is a heifer that's just a little plain compared to those heifers that beat her in class today. Certainly a functional female, a female you love for her depth of rib. I just want to pretty her up compared to those heifers that win the class, but a really nice second split of these Shorthorn purebreds.
And thanks very much to our judge of our Shorthorn show. First place honors and coming right back into the ring for our division championship is going to be Schutz Cattle, coming to us from Mapleview Livestock of Clyde, Alberta, with entry number 22, 6S Perfect Sol 85N ET. That is our class winner on this second split of junior heifer calves. And also coming back in for that champion drive is going to be Nova Creek Farm and Diamond B Livestock of Barhead, Alberta, with entry 23, Nova Creek Eva 8N. If you're marking a show program on our second split of junior heifer calves, entry number 20 is a scratch, 21 is 4th, entry 22 is 1st, 23 is 2nd, and entry number 24 places 3rd in class. So here come our contenders for our junior heifer calf, where the champion is sponsored by Boreal Cattle Company and our reserve from Red Creek, Simmental, and Shorthorn. Winner of our first split is entry number 14, Creekside Candy 515N from Bishop Farms of Killam, Alberta, bred by Creekside Shorthorn. And second place in that class, Schuts Cattle Company, with entry 17, 6S Maryland TB84NET from Parkland County, Alberta. And then our class winner from the second split, Schuts again, exhibited by Mapleview Livestock of Clyde, Alberta, with entry 22, 6S Perfect Sol 85NET. And second place in that class from Nova Creek Farm and Diamond B Livestock of Barhead, Nova Creek Eva 8N, exhibitor number 23. Again, our champion junior heifer calf is sponsored by Boreal Cattle Company, our reserve, Red Creek Simmental and Shorthorn, plus they will be advancing to our grand champion Shorthorn Female Drive. And Katie is ready to make comments on her Junior Heifer Calf Championship. Judge Songer in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2, our Shorthorn Show.
What a great way to start off the Shorthorn Purebreds with this division of junior heifer calves. As I said earlier, we have some different types and kinds in here, and the heifer calf that wins our first class is a heifer that I think is the cow prospect of the two. She's really, really big middled. She's attractive on the side profile. She's not probably as clean necked and nice chested as that heifer that comes out of the first class, but I love how flexible this one is on when she gets out and goes. Just a really nice class winner there. And then the class winner out of our second class is a heifer that's striking, as I said, on the side profile. You love this one on the standstill, and if you could get her a little bit freer moving today, certainly that would be an easy selection. But I think it's close between these two, even though they're two different types. I'm going to go out and select the one I like and then the reserve, but congratulations, Shorthorn exhibitors, on a really nice division.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer. Looking for her junior and reserve junior champion, heifer calves. And from our second split, that shall be our champion, entry number 22. And our winner from our first split will be our reserve champion. So our Boreal Cattle Company Award for junior heifer calf champion goes to Mapleview Livestock and Schuts Cattle with 6S Perfect Sol 85NET, entry number 22. Our Red Creek Simmental and Shorthorn Award for the reserve champion junior heifer calf goes to Creekside Candy 515N, entry number 14 from Bishop Farms. And of course, we'll be seeing them in our grand champion female drive. We will move now into the first of two splits of intermediate heifer calves. 6 heifer calves coming into the first split, and these are all latter part of February. In fact, only a week is going to separate the ages from the youngest to the oldest as they come into the ring. And 6 heifer calves expected to be making their way into the ring. The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is proud to stand by rural communities and here to provide the support rural communities need to flourish. The UFA Foundation is here because you're here, working together for the future of agriculture.
And with that, folks, we're going to have some comments on the third split of senior heifer calves.
This one comes up top for us pretty quick. She's big-footed, big-boned, stout you get behind her, presented high class. She's high tying. She's nice. She's really, really nice. Second place heifer's well built, well put together, just not as much of her there, so it's hard for her to get up on her. Those are the differences there. The heifer in third, we really like that heifer. It's probably our treble heifer. She just gets just a tick weak behind her shoulder there, but she's a heck of a heifer as well. We knew she was going to get tough, and they just keep coming. There's a whale set of heifers in here, so congratulations.
Thank you, Tyler. And moving off in first place is entry number 81. That's Grassroots Emmy 514 from Canadian Sires and Donors and Grassroots Ranch. Second in class, entry 87, NGDB GW Image 22N, exhibited by Hagel Livestock and Greenwood Cattle. If you're marking your program top to bottom, entry 79 was third, 80 fourth, 81 was your class winner, 83 seventh, 86 fifth, 87 second, and 88 sixth. Our next class into the ring will be our fourth split of senior heifer calves, only 2 to go. In this class, we have an age range from January 2nd to January 4th. 2 days age spread in our fourth of 5 splits of senior heifer calves.
Another major sponsor for FARMFAIR International is University of Alberta. The Faculty of Agricultural, Life and Environmental Sciences offers over 40 undergraduate and graduate programs encompassing the entire human experience. Thank you very much to the U of A. As Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring 2 moves now into the first of our 2 splits of intermediate shorthorn heifers, we recognize that Sage and Soil Media is our intermediate heifer calf champion and Poplar Grove Veterinary Services our reserve champion. And Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, and our Shorthorn show is ready for comments from Judge Katie Songer on her first of 2 splits of intermediate heifer calves, Class of 6. And to talk 'em, here is Judge Songer presiding.
Well, this is an interesting class here, and the heifer that comes to the top, I think she hit me hardest from the way in. She kind of stayed there the whole class. I love this heifer when you get up on her, how much center body she has. She gives you a really, really nice look from the side profile. She's elegant in terms of her front end, a nice slope to her shoulder. Just a really nice one to start off. And I was to get nitpicky on this one, I just like to raise those pins up a little bit, just level out her hip a bit. But that's a pretty nice heifer to start the class and really maternal in her look. And the heifer that comes in second is a heifer that follows her really nicely in type and kind. I love how long-bodied this heifer is. Love how much mass she has through her center body. I like how much hip she has. With that, this heifer just not quite as chiseled and refined about that neck. She's got a little bit more chest to her, and that comes with the condition she's carrying, because this is one of the heavier conditioned heifers in the class, but a heifer, again, that's really maternal in her look. And the heifer that comes in third is a heifer that's awesome in terms of her freshness. She's really, really green at this point, and I love this heifer in terms of her rib shape and how much mass that she does have. When you get this heifer out in the go, she's really athletic, and with that, she just gives up a little bit of that mass and rib shape of that heifer above her. I think that'll come in time. That one in third's got a lot of potential. The heifer that comes in fourth is a heifer that there's just not enough to this heifer in my mind. She's really nice on the standstill. She really profiles nicely, but I just want to pull her apart and give her some more mass. And the heifer that comes in next has that mass, the heifer that you love in terms of her muscle, but a heifer that you just want to change how she gets out and goes. She's really restricted off those front two, and if you could change that about her, I think that would change her placing. And the heifer that comes in next is a heifer that just gets a little bit plainer, not as much muscle as those heifers that lead off the class, but certainly a heifer that's long-bodied and maternal looking, and a really nice class from top to bottom.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer. Top of that class, first split of intermediate heifer calves, as sponsored by Sage and Soil Media for our champion and Poplar Grove Veterinary Services for a reserve. The contender from that first split is 6S Maryland BT80N from Schutz Cattle Company, entry 27 from Parkland County, Alberta. And in second spot, perhaps potentially able to vie for the Poplar Grove Veterinary Services Reserve Champion Award, is Dungannon Isabel 11N from the Wrigley family of Westlock, Alberta, Dungannon Stock Farms, entry number 30. If you're marking your show program on those February heifers, first split of intermediate heifer calves, entry number 25 is 6th, entry 26 is 3rd, entry 27 places first in class, entry 28 is 4th, 29 5th, and entry 30 places 2nd. Again, advancing entries 27 and 30 in that order. For our second split of intermediate heifers, we're looking for 4. And Judge Songer, your second split is complete.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, our fourth split of senior heifer calves is placed, and with comments, Judge Tyler Bullock.
I don't ever want to pigeonhole cattle into what you think they may be or what they're going to be. I mean, you think, when I see this heifer, I think, oh, what a bull maker. But if she makes heifers that look like herself, I mean, you take that all day long too, right? Beautiful female. Big time body, you know, just kind of puts it all together in a smooth package. She gives you the Simmental features that are well known in the industry, and just setting down a beautiful udder and really just balances up really, really well. Probably the differences in the heifers is the balance the front end heifer gives us. And the second place heifer, what I can really appreciate about her is you get in behind her and that udder's coming down beautiful, but she's setting up nice over her top, and she's well built, and she gets around the ring well, and just a nice presence on a really nice black female as well. Heifers that follow up, same story here, guys. We're just, getting up into some deep water at the front end of these classes. These are quality cattle, and they'll go on and do a heck of a job in the industry. Brian McKenzie talked about a 4th place heifer turning into a grand champion, and I'm sure that plenty of that will happen here. These are the ones we like, and these are some of the ones that we take home. So.
Thank you, Tyler. So our class winner from Split 4 is entry 84, NUG Sammy 515N from Maxwell Simmentals of Viking. And second in class, PAW Neon Rose 512N from Southpaw Cattle Company, that's entry 97. And third in class, entry 98, PAW Nirvana 510N from Southpaw Cattle Company of Carstairs. Top to bottom in your program, entry 84 was your class winner, 85 6th, 95th, 92 7th, 93 4th, entry 97 was second, 98 was third. Our next class in ring number 1 is our 5th and final split of senior heifer calves. In this class, Tyler and Justine, it is January 1st and 2nd born heifers.
Score big on your small business insurance with Westland Insurance. Westland Insurance Group, coverage that goes further. Edmonton International Airport, Canada's largest by landmass, operates 24/7 without restrictions and provides top standards for handling temperature-controlled, high-value products. Learn more about how YEG Air Cargo or flyeia.com/cargo can help you. Many thanks to YEG Air Cargos for sponsoring our 2025 Farm Fair International. And there you go, folks. You were told when you were kids, never stop showing. In our Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2 with a last-minute switcheroo, we have comments now on our second split of intermediate heifer calves from Judge Songer.
Well, these first 2 heifer calves are ultra different, but both of them are really, really high quality. And as Rob said, This is an ultra close placing between these two females, and the female that I think wins the class for me is a female that I think her best days ahead of her. I think this one's going to look awesome as a bred, and where this one gets around the heifer behind her is I just love the lay-in of the shoulder on this heifer. She's just so nice fronted, she's so feminine featured, and with that she's got enough body and power, and when you get this one out in the move, she's really, really graceful when you get her in motion. Just an ultra nice cow prospect that wins this class, and where the heifer comes in second. This heifer is so powerful. She's got so much muscle. She's got so much center body. She's got so much performance. And with that, this one's not as ladylike when you get looking at her front 1/3. And where this one gets out and goes, she rolls a little bit in her shoulder. She's just a little bit bolder through that shoulder and through that front end. To change that about her, and that one wins the class easily because I love just how much mass there is to this heifer. But two really high quality ones to start off this heifer calf class. And the heifer that comes in next is a heifer that you like quite a bit in her own right. This is a heifer that when you get her on the side profile, she's really nice in her lines. She's really long and extended. She's really ladylike in her appearance. She just doesn't have the mass and power and just not as stout featured in terms of her bone work to compare with that heifer that precedes her in class. But another heifer that's really, really high quality, and it's a shame this one has to end up in third. And the heifer that finishes the class here is another heifer that there's some awesome parts about this one. She's really bold in her muscle. She's got so much rib. She's really flashy in her composition. She's really attractive. She just gets outpowered, maybe not quite as much performance, maybe a little bit lower in her mature cow size as compared to those heifers above her in class. But all four of these heifers, high quality beasts.
And thanks very much, Judge Songer. First place in our second split of intermediate shorthorn heifer calves is entry 35 from Head for the Hills Shorthorns of Redverse, Saskatchewan, and Head for the Hills Perfect 14N. She'll be coming right back into the ring for our division championship, and she's going to be joined by the entry from Schutt's Cattle and Mapleview Livestock of Clyde, Alberta, entry number 33, 6S Perfect INF 75N. Taking a look at your show program and working down the page, if you're marking on our second split of intermediate heifer calves, you'll find that entry number 31 placed third, 32 placed second, 34 placed fourth, and entry number 35 places first. So coming into the ring now are the two contenders for our Intermediate Heifer Calf Champion Award from Sage and Soil Media, and the two that one of which could potentially vie or will vie for the Reserve Champion Award from Poplar Grove Veterinary Service for our Intermediate Heifer Calf Champion Awards. Winner of our first split is Schutt's Cattle Company of Parkland County, Alberta, entry number 27 with 6S Maryland BT80N. Second place from that class, the Rigney family of Westlock, Alberta, and Dungannon Stock Farms with entry number 30, Dungannon Isabel 11N. Our winner of the last class, entry number 35, all the way from Redverse, Saskatchewan, and Head for the Hills Perfect 14N from Head for the Hills Shorthorn, second place in that class, 6S Perfect INF 75N from Mapleview Livestock of Clyde, Alberta, and Schutt's Cattle with entry 33. This is the Intermediate Heifer Calf Championship.
Thank you, Rob. And over in ring number 1, we have comments for our final split of senior heifer calves from Tyler Bullock.
Really neat one to lead us off. Oh, she's just really grabs your attention when she comes in the ring, and awesome haired and big hipped when you get in behind her. You know, you can appreciate her from the side. You get in behind her, that's where you really, it kind of overwhelms you as far as hip and power and muscle. The second place heifer has more presence in her front end and whatnot, you know, but there's just not as much heifer there, and we, you know, as far as just setting down a big foot and a big back leg, that would give her the advantage the first place over the second. The next couple of heifers we'd just like to free them up on the move a bit, just to compete with the ones at the front end of this class, and that's what'll separate you at this level now. I mean, this is deep, deep water with these heifer calves, and it's fun sorting through.
It is fun to sort through, Tyler, and the caliber from top to bottom is unreal. But the two that are advancing into the finals, entry number 94, Black Gold Miss Jessica 8N, exhibited by Anchor D Ranch of Rimby, and entry 95, Ty D's High Caliber Elegance, exhibited by Ty D Livestock. If you're marking your show program top to bottom, entry 94 was first, entry 95 second, entry 96 fourth, Entry 100 was an added entry, was 7th. Entry 101 was 5th and exhibited by Lake Bottom Cattle Company. Entry 103 was 3rd and entry 99 was 6th. And we'll give our marshals just a couple minutes as we prepare for our senior heifer calf division finals.
And in our Shorthorn ring, Horizon Egg and Turf show ring number 2, our judge Katie Songer has taken a look at her intermediate heifer calves. Now she's going to tell us just before her selection what she thinks. Judge Songer presiding.
Well, this has been a closer division than anything we've seen so far today. There's been some really high quality females walk out here in the ring here, and I think this is probably the division where we've got the most type and kind consistency between the 4 individuals that are out here. There are 3 that in particular that are a little bit more moderate in their frame, a little bit more maternal in their muscle shape, and one that's kind of the outlier in terms of her performance. I'm going to go and pick the 2 that I like. As I said, a really high quality division. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer. And our second split winner will be our division champion, entry number 35, Head for the Hills Perfect 14N from Redvers, Saskatchewan will be our division champion, and the class winner from our first split, 6S Maryland BT80N for Schutz Cattle Company, entry 27 from Parkland County, will be our reserve. So congratulations, entry number 35, Head for the Hills Perfect 14N from Head for the Hills Shorthorns of Redvers, Saskatchewan, gets the Sage and Soil Media Intermediate Heifer Calf Champion Award. The Poplar Grove Veterinary Services Award for Reserve Champion will go to entry number 27, 6S Maryland BT80N from Parkland County, Alberta's Schutz Cattle Company. Next up, we move into the senior girls, all the January heifers, and we have 2 splits. Once again, 7 heifers expected in our first split.
Well, over in ring number 1, we're going to reintroduce you because they deserve it. Our senior finalist in our first class, KT Soda 5126, exhibited by KT Ranches. She's entry 65, followed by entry 67, NGDBGW Image 173N, exhibited by Hagel Livestock and Greenwood Cattle. That took us to our second split and our class winner, Mater Rose 71N, entry 77, brought to you by Mater Ranches, and second in that class from Rasilvia Cattle Company, Chatsworth Land and Cattle, and Sholigan Cattle is entry 76, Miss Rasilvia, Chat SC Dream 41N. From the third split, our class winner, Grassroots Emmy 514, that's entry 81, exhibited by Canadian Sires and Donors and Grassroots Ranch, and second in that class, that third split, entry number 87, NGDB GW Image 22N from Hagel Livestock and Greenwood Cattle. From the fourth class, the fourth split, we had our class winner, NUG Sammy 515N from Maxwell Scimitals, that's entry 84. And our second in that class, entry 97 from Southpaw Cattle Company, PAW Neon Rose 512N. And from our final senior split, our class winner, Black Gold Miss Jessica 8N, exhibited by Anchor D Ranch of Rimbey, with that being entry number 94, and followed in entry 95. Ty D's High Caliber Elegance from Ty D Livestock was second in that fifth split. Now we also have some banner sponsors to acknowledge in our senior division. We want to thank Johnson Ranching and High Country Cattle Services as our banner sponsors for the senior champion and reserve heifer calf. So ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, if you could sweep the ring and take all 10, wouldn't you? Let's put our hands together for our senior heifer calf division.
Senior heifer calf division is also what we've started now in Horizon Egg and Turf show ring number 2 in our Shorthorn show. Once our 2 splits are done and our top 2 from each of those splits have advanced to the championship, we will be declaring the Starbright Shorthorn sponsored senior heifer calf champion and the Alberta Shorthorn Association sponsored reserve senior heifer calf champion. 7 entries in this first split in your show program. And there will be 7 in the second split too, but Judge Katie Songer, your class is complete. 7 accounted for and present. Alberta Angus Association is pleased to have Cletus Sen as their new ambassador promoting the Angus breed across the province. Cletus will be here for our Angus show tomorrow and perhaps is here through the whole of Farm Fair International 2025. And we thank Alberta Angus Association for their sponsorship. We do want to remind you to be sure to check out AgTech and Innovation Alley just outside Hall B and visit the organizations that are located in the Expo Center concourse between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. all 4 days of Farm Fair International. We're currently day 2. You'll have tomorrow and the next day as well to check out AgTech and Innovation Alley. These businesses and organizations have solutions to save you money, clean up your yard, keep track of your herd, and a whole lot more. So make sure that your Farm Fair International experience is complete and that you have in fact checked out AgTech and Innovation Alley.
You know, I gotta tell you, in the Simmental show ring, we've got a great crowd, and there's 2 things I want to share with you. There's 2 phenomenal things that happened at Farm Fair this year. The first one is that it's the 51st anniversary, and the second one is that Riley Chalik became a dad. So those are 2 things that are pretty phenomenal, and he's here today. So congratulations to Riley and Cassie as our newest junior Simmental member. That is phenomenal.
Isn't it quite something, Tracy, that there actually is a Chalik now on the face of the planet whose name is Rowdy? After all of those generations of Rowdy Chaliks, there's one who actually bears the name. Another of our major sponsors for Farm Fair International, folks, is the Alberta Beef Producers. That is the industry body that supports all of us as cattle producers, from the seed stock folks through our cow-calf producers, through all of our feeders. I believe the Alberta Beef Producers are actually having a reception in our international reception area right now. And we want to let you know that Alberta Beef Producers delegate nominations are open until November 15th. So next week, this is your chance to step up, represent your peers, and help shape the direction of your commission. Learn more by connecting with a delegate in your zone or by visiting albertabeef.org. Yesterday, we had Alberta Beef Producers Chair Doug Roxburgh as one of our judges for the Ultimate Legends, and I'm sure we'll be seeing Doug and his genetics over the course of the next few days.
And Rob, over in ring number 1, we are excited to have comments. Both judges, Tyler and Justine, have looked at nearly 60 heifers, top to bottom, excellent, representing the Simmental breed. And of course, many of these heifers are consigned in some pretty elite sales, so you'll want to check them out. But definitely an amazing representation of the Simmental breed. And of course, as Tyler and Justine make their final comments to each other before Tyler goes on the mic, we want to thank again our banner sponsors, Johnson Ranching and High Country Cattle Services. And we want to thank all of the exhibitors for supporting the Simmental show at Farm Fair International. And like I said, nearly 60 head of purebred heifers have been through the ring. And now we're ready for comments from Judge Tyler Bullock.
I was just telling Dwayne, you guys get such an amazing crowd. It's a envy to see for a Charolais guy like myself, to see this many people watching the show and enjoying these genetics. It's awesome. These heifer calves are incredible. Give these guys a round of applause. We knew the quality would be deep when we got asked to judge this, and the heifer calf thing is always incredibly deep. So kind of looking forward to it and getting them out here and seeing them. And as they line up here, we're really, really happy with what we've got. I think you can make a case for every heifer in our front line for us that can win this. So it'll just get down to personal preference for us. But we talked about the top and the good looking and the presence, and those sorts of things are important to us. So those will probably be the key things in the heifer that we use. And like I said before, just using the ones that we would want to load up and take home. I'd take everyone home, but the one we'd take home most and obviously second best. So Justine's still trying to convince me, I guess. So we'll talk one more time and we'll get you a champion.
Thank you so much, Judge Bullock. And all eyes on Justine as she will go and select our Simmental Senior Champion and Reserve heifer calf. Congratulations from our third split. It is our class winner, Grassroots Emmy 514 from Canadian Sires and Donors and Grassroots Ranch. That is our senior champion. And we're going to follow that off from the class winner in our first split of senior heifers. Congratulations go to KT Ranches with KT Soda 5126. That's entry 65. She will be your reserve senior champion heifer calf. And what a class this has been. Rob, you've been waiting patiently over in ring number 2.
And our senior heifer calves first split are now placed, and we're going to hear all about it from Judge Katie Songer in Horizon Egg and Turf ring show ring number 2, Judge Songer.
Well, this senior class of heifer calves, this top placing is fairly close, but these things sort themselves out pretty easily in my mind. The heifer that wins the class is really elegant through her front third. When you get this one on the side profile, she's really nice in her lines. She's so deep-ribbed, just a really elegant female to start the class. But with that, I'd like to give this heifer just a little shot more natural muscle, especially in terms of her lower quarter, and pull her pins apart just a little bit. But that's an ultra nice, really fancy one to start the class. The heifer that comes behind her is a heifer that's really close in terms of just how she's built on the side profile. She's also really, really striking. This one's not quite as chiseled in terms of her neck design. She's not quite as nicely laid in at her shoulder. She dips a little bit in her pins compared to that heifer that wins the class, but this is a heifer that has a lot of natural muscling. When you get up on her, she's got so much mass and capacity through that center body. This is a really, really easy placing to follow that first place heifer. And the heifer that comes next in class is a heifer that you love for how long-bodied this one is. She's just ultra long in terms of her front end all the way down her spine, and with that, this heifer gives up just a little bit more of the depth of those two heifers that precede her in class today. I just want to give this heifer just an easier doing look compared to those two heifers. And the heifer that comes next in class is a heifer that probably does have that easier doing look. You can see this one as a cow. This one just lacks a few of the bells and whistles of those heifers that precede her in class. She's just not as elegant through her front third, but a heifer that you love how much mass there is. You've got some pin width and some muscle there. A really nice heifer to go out again in class here today. And the heifer that follows her in class is a heifer that I love. Her front third, she's really, really elegant in her skull structure. She's fine featured. She's ladylike. With that, I want to give this one just a shot more muscle and performance to compete with those heifers above her today. And the two heifers that follow in class are heifers that just get a little bit more plain in their look. They're just not quite as elegant and striking when you get them on the side profile, but two heifers that you can see as really functional cows.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer in Horizon Egg and Turf show ring number 2. Our class winner at advancing to our senior heifer calf championship of our Shorthorn show is DASF Billie Jean AI 16NET from Double Arrow Stock Farm. That's Evan Patrickin of Thorhild, Alberta. Entry number 37 is our class winner and will be advancing. So will, however, entry number 42, Head for the Hills Elsa 4NET from Head for the Hills Shorthorns of Redverse, Saskatchewan. And while we expect 7 head to be coming into our second split of our senior Shorthorn heifers, we'll give you the complete rundown of split number 1, where entry number 36 places 4th. Entry number 37 is 1st, that's our class winner. Entry number 38 is 6th. Entry 39 is 7th. Entry number 40 is 3rd in class. Entry 41 is 5th, and entry 42, 2nd in class. And again, we're expecting 7 heifer calves born in the first 3 weeks of January to be making their way into the ring for our senior heifer calf senior heifer calf second split, of which the top 2 will be advancing to our Starbright Shorthorns and Alberta Shorthorn Association sponsored champion drive of the senior heifer calves.
Over in ring number 1, we are excited to get started with our full blood division. This is class 22.1, our full blood heifer calf. And for judges Tyler and Justine, there is 2 splits of these. And our first age range here is January 20th to February 9th. And with that, we'll have comments on our first split of full blood heifer calves. Tyler Bullock.
Oh, we lead off the full bloods here with a heifer that's just really nice lined. We can really appreciate her over her top. She's clean underlined. She's got a nice udder setting down, and just really appreciate her. You know, you get up over her top on her lines and sets it down. The second place heifer is just fighting it a bit, so a little harder to get a great look, but definitely there's more product there. There's more heifer there. I grant you that. Probably change her in her tail head set a little bit. But a heifer that's obviously got a lot of mass and a lot of body, and is going to raise a lot of pounds with her offspring. The heifers that follow us up maybe just don't have the looks that the heifers in the front, and then give up maybe a little bit of the power and the punch, you know, a little narrower and not as stout. But nice set of full bloods.
Thank you, Tyler. So your class winner in our first split of full blood heifers, entry 104, Master Lock Naya 201N. From Master Lock Semitals of Tiger Lily, Alberta. Second in class, SBV, Precious Thing, 322N, exhibited by Westbrook Ventures and Mark Land in Cattle. That's entry 107. Third in class, entry 106, Master Lock Nebula, 1N, from Master Lock Semitals. And fourth in class, entry 105, Keeley's Nelly, 312N, from Portic Semitals.
In Horizon Egg and Turf Show Ring 2 and our second split of Shorthorn senior heifer calves, there is one scratch from your show program. Please scratch entry number 44. Please scratch entry number 44. And we do certainly want to provide the acknowledgement to and thanks to Colin and Natelka Hayduck for their ring assistance to our Judge Katie Songer today. They're definitely going to be getting their 10,000 steps in. Many thanks to the young Hayducks for their assistance with Judge Katie and our Shorthorn exhibitors in Horizon Egg and Turf Ring number 2.
Over in Ring 1, this is our second split of full blood heifer calves, and for our judges, the age range is January 1st to 3rd.
Another of our major FARMFAIR International sponsors is Alta Genetics. For 55 years, Alta Genetics has valued the strong partnerships with exhibitors who have supported Alta through the decades. These relationships are the foundation of Alta's success, and Alta Genetics is proud to continue serving the cattle industry with dedication and innovation. As FARMFAIR International moves into its second 50 years, Alta Genetics, we thank you for your involvement and sponsorship support.
Lots of Simmental breeders watching the show, both online and in the ring. And the best part about having the mic is that you get to have a few little shout outs. And there's a young couple in the Simmental breed that is just phenomenal, wonderful human beings. And I see Ryan and Chelsea over there. So hello, Kruger Farms. And with that, we will have comments from Judge Tyler Bullock on his second split of full-blood heifers.
Really, really nice one here. I like this one a lot. She's long, she's extended, really nice underlined, nice udder. She just gets around smooth. She's kind of got it all in a nice package for us. The second place heifer is extremely long-bodied. You know, the color differences and stuff get your eye in different spots, but you really, once you get up on her, you really appreciate how long-bodied this female is. And you get in behind her and she's got that hip and setting down just a beautiful udder. The spread in her teats is incredible. You know, these are all fundamentals that are important to us, and I see that in that heifer. You know, really appreciate that. The third place heifer there was a little troubling for us. She's more of a terminal female. I can appreciate how much muscle she has and all those sorts of things. Just maybe like to give her a little bit more maternal look for us. The heifer that rounds out the class, another really, really nice female. Just not as much power and performance as some of the ones at the front end.
Thank you, Tyler. So our first place winner in our second split of full-bloods, entry 109, NGDB Helena 13N from Hagel Livestock of Lloydminster. Second in class, Anchor D ADR Rosabelle 27N from Anchor D Ranch of Rimby. That is entry 112. Third in class, Clearwater Nelly 2N from Clearwater Simmentals, entry 111. And fourth in class, entry 110, Ty D Sequoia 35N from Ty D Livestock. We'll have our full-blood championship next, but Rob, tell us about Ring 2.
Well, we'll actually go to Judge Katie Songer to tell us all about her second split of senior heifer calves.
This is a really interesting split, and I think these three females at the top of the class are all really nice in their own right, and you'd like to change little things about them, but I think there's three high-quality individuals in this class, and the one that leads off the class is a heifer that you love for just how much center body she has when you get behind her. She's so wide-pinned. She's got so much turn over her top. She's got so much shape to her lower quarter. Just an ultra-high-performing, really nice-looking one to start off, and if I was to change this heifer, I'd like to lay in her shoulder just a little bit better. She gets just a touch straight in her front shoulder for me, but that's a super nice heifer to start the class. And the heifer that comes in second, I think it's a pretty close placing between these two. When you get looking at this heifer and she gets out and goes, she really goes with some authority, and she's really flexible in those lower joints, and she's got a lot of reach. With that, when you get up on this heifer and you notice her foot shape, it's just not as ideal as that one that wins the class, and for me, that kind of puts her in second between the two. But that's a heifer that I absolutely love. When you get her out on the move, she lays down in her spine and she's really flexible, and with that, so much body and power in this heifer, a really, really nice second place. And the heifer that comes in third is a heifer that I love how much quality that this heifer brings to the class, and she kind of ran into a couple of really tough heifers at the top, but this one is a really maternal looking one. She's got nice rib shape to her. When you get over her top, she's got just enough mass to her. She gets a little bit plainer as compared to those two heifers in front of her in terms of her neck shoulder junction, but a really maternal looking one in third here today. The heifer that comes in fourth is a heifer that for me, she's maybe just not quite as much heifer as those three that precede her in class today. A heifer that you love on the side profile. She's exceptionally feminine looking. She's nice in terms of her shoulder, but a heifer that as I said, she just gets a little outpowered compared to those heifers that win today. And the two heifers that the final placings in the class today, these heifers just ran into a lot of competition. They're a little bit plainer in terms of their build and not quite as balanced as those heifers that win the class. But as I said, a really nice class, and in particular, those three at the top are high quality individuals.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer. Placings on that second split of senior heifer calves. Our class winners, entry number 43, Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N from Sweetgrass Ranches and Foxtail Livestock. Entry 43 is our class winner. Entry number 48 places second for Shaylin Beatty of Beatty's Farm, Bicycle Alberta BT's Frosted Cherry 138N. Both those heifers advancing to our Senior Heifer Calf Championship coming up next. Marking your show program on our second split of Senior Heifer Calves, entry 43 is first, 44 is a scratch, entry 45 places fourth, 46 is fifth, entry 47 is sixth, 48 second, and 49 third. Our Senior Heifer Calf Championship is coming into the ring, but we are ready over in Horizon Ag and Turf Show ring number 1 for comments from Judge Tyler Bullock on his full-blood Heifer Calf Championship in our Simmental show. Folks, Judge Bullock presiding.
You bet. We can really appreciate these full-blood females. I get around in lots of miles delivering bulls, and we see a lot of full-blood bulls in the countryside that are doing a heck of a job, and obviously these females are the ones that are raising those bulls. So, you know, you can appreciate what they bring to the table, and I think we got 4 really well-deserving candidates here and a couple of them that we prefer. So Justine will show you the 2 we like best.
Congratulations, our class winner from our second split, NGDB Helena 13N is your champion, and keeping it in the same class, congratulations to Anchor D Ranch. With Anchor D ADR Rosabelle, 27N will be your reserve full-blood heifer calf. So congratulations to the girls on the halter. I also wanted to have a shout out to 2 of my favorite people in the Simmental business that are in Mountain View County, Jim and Gwen Smith from Checkmate Livestock. I'd like to put my hands together for you.
And in our Horizon Ag and Turf Show ring 2, this is our Senior Heifer Calf Shorthorn Championship, where our winner, our Senior Heifer Calf Champion, is sponsored by Starbright Shorthorns, our reserve Alberta Shorthorn Association, and our contenders are Evan Patrickin of Double Arrow Stock Farms is our winner of the first split with entry number 37, DASF Billie Jean AI16NET. Just try to say that with going, Billie Jean. Anyway, second in that class, Head for the Hills Elsa 4NET, entry number 42 from Head for the Hills Shorthorns of Redverse, Saskatchewan. Our winner from the second split, Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N from Foxtail Livestock and Sweetgrass Ranches, our class winner, entry number 43. Second in that class, BT's Frosted Cherry 138N, entry 48 from Shaylin Beatty of Beatty's Farm. This is, in our Shorthorn show, our Senior Heifer Calf Championship. And comments from Judge Songer on her Senior Heifer Calf Championship. What a fun division this has been.
Yeah, it really has been a fun division. This has probably been the most competitive division of the heifer calves that we've seen out here so far, and I think we have 4 really high quality individuals out here. I kind of think that you could see what I'm going for out here. We've got some individuals that have some structural soundness, they've got some body to them, they've got some mass, and they have the ability to get out and move. And I think there's some nitpicky things you would change about each of these heifers, but as I said, these are 4 pretty nice heifers. What it comes down to is kind of a stylistic preference for me, and I'm going to go pick out the 2 that I like, but I think all 4 of these are high quality individuals.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer. Looking for her Starbright Shorthorns Senior Heifer Calf Champion. And it is going to be from our second split, Sweetgrass Verona Katie, 16N from Foxtail Livestock and Sweetgrass Ranches. That is our Senior Heifer Calf Champion, sponsored by Starbright Shorthorns. Our reserve Senior Heifer Calf Champion comes to us as the winner of the first split, Evan Patrickin of Double Arrow Stock Farm, DASF Billie Jean AI16NET, entry 37, our reserve. So entry number 43 is our Senior Heifer Calf Champion, entry 37, our reserve. We know who all of the pieces of the puzzle are for Grand Champion Shorthorn Female from the heifer calves. We move now into the yearlings. Our junior yearling class next into the ring, sponsored by Sweetgrass Ranches for champion and Bullseye Shorthorns for reserve. Things trucking right along in Horizon Ag and Turf Show ring number 2 in our Shorthorn show. As we move into the yearlings of our Shorthorn show, we have 5 in your show program and 5 in the ring. Judge Songer, your class is complete. BrokerLink is a proud insurer of farms and agribusiness. Contact them today to get the right coverage for your insurance needs. Thank you to our FARMFAIR International 2025 sponsor, BrokerLink.
Another lady I see over in the stands, if you ever want the most amazing cake, she can build the most amazing cake. Sandy Lewis is a cake maker. They're the most beautiful. They almost look professional. So if you ever need a celebratory cake, please talk to Sandy Lewis.
Another of our major FARMFAIR sponsors is Bud Light, a refreshing taste that's easy to enjoy at FARMFAIR International. Our Expo hospitality booths are proud to feature Bud Light. For a small fee, you can help yourself to one of our sponsors of FARMFAIR International. Many thanks, Bud Light. Be proactive with Cattle Active, all-natural solution for maintaining rumen health and overall well-being. Get 10% off today from the Cattle Active booth as new sponsors of FARMFAIR International. Be proactive with Cattle Active.
And that is a tough class, but we're now ready for reasons on our first split of junior heifers. Judge Bullock.
I think we'd have an incredible beast if we combined all 3 of these heifers. I think they all bring different things to the table that are really, really good. And there's just a couple of things we'd like to change about them. We took the heifer that probably gives you the best presence and show ring appeal. I think she's adequate as far as muscle goes. I think the second place heifer is heavier muscled and more natural thickness. Where she has trouble is just a little restricted coming out of her back two comparatively to the first place heifer. But if I was to tweak the first place heifer, I would just change her udder ever so slightly, where the second place heifer gives the advantage there. This third place heifer is a beautiful female. I mean, you look at her there on the profile. She's long body. She's attractive. She just gives up the rib and the shape that some of these heifers do in front of her, and that doesn't make her. She just gets in a tough group here. So unique class, you know, like to keep things challenging, so it's all good.
Thank you, Tyler. So our class winner advancing to our division finals, Boss Lake Miss Passion, 414M. That's entry 116 from Boss Lake Genetics of Parkland County. Second in class and also advancing from KT Ranches, entry 115, KT Emmy, 4763. Third in class, SMRT Miss Cream Soda, 24M from SMRT Livestock of Hazar with entry 114, and entry 113 was a scratch. Our next split, there'll be 3 entries in our second of 2 splits of junior yearling heifers.
Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2 is featuring our only junior yearling class. It's doubling as a champion class. And we're just waiting for the final nod from Katie Songer, and there it is, to talk our class on our junior yearlings, these being March and April heifers. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Songer.
Well, this is a really interesting class, and we've got all sorts in terms of types and kinds out here, but I think the heifer that wins the class does so for me when she gets out and goes. This is not the biggest heifer in the class, and certainly not the heifer that has the most power, but she certainly has enough power. And then when this heifer gets out and goes, she really reaches with authority. She has some flex to her pastern. She sets her spine down when she gets out and goes. And when you look at the angle of her shoulder, I think this one's really nice just in terms of how her front end's constructed. I'm really comfortable with this one that wins the class. Would I like to change her just in terms of her size? I probably would like to scale her up just a touch, but I really like this one in terms of her completeness, and that's why she heads out in first for me today. The second place heifer is a heifer that you really like when you get her on the standstill. This is a really, really long-bodied heifer. She's really nice in terms of her transition from her neck to her shoulder back through her rib. With that, when this heifer gets out and goes, I just want to give her a little bit more flexibility that first heifer has. She just gets up in her spine just a little bit and gets a little bit restricted that way. And I think if we could give her that flexibility, she would move up, because I really like this heifer on the standstill. She's really nice looking in terms of a cow prospect and very maternal. And the heifer that comes in next is the heifer that is the power heifer of the class. This is a big, high-performing heifer. She's got so much center body. She's got so much width over her hooks and her pins. She's got so much depth in terms of her quarter and her rib. And with that, this one just gets a little bit plainer for me. I want to just chisel her up in terms of her neck design and take away some of that chest to compete with those heifers above her today. And with that, when this one gets out and goes like the heifer that precedes her in class, I just want to set her spine down a little bit more relaxed and comfortable. But that's a nice heifer in third, and as I said, you can't deny the performance in that one. The heifer that comes next is probably the problem heifer for me today. When this heifer gets out and goes, she's ultra flexible. She's really, really big bodied, and she sets her feet down with grace and authority here. But with that, when you get in front of this heifer, you realize how bold she is through her shoulder and through that front end, and she's got quite a bit of condition on her for that. When you look at her ribs and from the side profile, you don't realize how much condition she has. I think if we could peel some of that off, it might take away from the boldness of her shoulder today. The heifer that comes in next in class is a heifer that just gets outpowered in terms of her structure, a heifer that you love for how big and bold she is through her center body, but a heifer that just doesn't have quite the grace. She just doesn't have quite the balance of those heifers that win the class today.
Thank you, Judge Songer. Our Sweetgrass Ranches champion junior yearling in our Shorthorn show is 6S Maryland 50M. From Jaron and Megan Bezpalco of Barefoot Valley Shorthorns with the Landon Schutz bred heifer, entry number 53 from St. Paul, Alberta, our junior yearling champion. Our reserve junior yearling champion, sponsored by Bullseye Shorthorns, is Creekside Drama 406M from Bishop Farms of Killam, Alberta, entry 51, bred by Creekside. Marking your show program on that class of junior yearlings, entry number 51 is second. That's our reserve division champion. Entry 52 is fourth. Entry 53 is first. That's our division champion. Entry 54 is fifth. And entry 50 places third. We now move into our senior yearlings. These are January and February yearlings. This first of the 2 splits, however, are all February. From mid to late February, 5 yearling heifers coming into the ring, all here, and Judge Songer, your class is present and accounted for and complete. Ultimately, when we have our 2 splits done, we will have our senior yearling champion, where the award for champion goes from Hespero Bank Shorthorns and our reserve from Fallen Timber Shorthorns. That's what's going on in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring 2, our Shorthorn show. Senior yearlings coming in.
And over in Show Ring 1, we are ready for comments on our second and final split from Judge Tyler Bullock.
Good looking red female here that's just setting down a beautiful udder. You know, she balances up really well. She's nice built. You know, you could extend her ever so slightly, but one that's built really, really good and has all the fundamentals and really, really can appreciate the udder on her. The second place female is a female that's probably just holding a little more condition than the first place heifer, and that's probably what separates her. She's a little bit bolder as far as her udder setup than the first place heifer as well, but a heifer you got to appreciate for how much mass and muscle and performance she actually has and the way she carries it around the ring. Third place heifer as well, lots of body in that female and also setting up a nice udder, and just to follows in with this second place female. Nice group of 3 junior heifers.
Thank you, Tyler. So advancing to our next class, which is our Champion Junior Yearling Division. Our class winner, Tidy's Prickly Pear 27M, exhibited by Tidy Livestock and 27 Cattle Investments. That's entry 120. And entry 118 was second, Twin Springs Flirt 15M from Twin Springs Farms of Lloydminster. And third in class, entry 117, Twin Springs Miss 19M, exhibited by Twin Springs Farm and Skyline Livestock. So for our judges, Tyler and Justine will bring in our first 2 advancements and our second that we just declared, where they will have an opportunity to introduce you to our junior yearling champions who are vying for banners sponsored by Triangle K Simmentals and Westman Farms. I was remiss in mentioning our full-blood banner sponsors, Clearwater Simmentals and Mark Land and Cattle.
Stop by the Clean Farms booth to learn how and where to recycle your twine and other ag plastics used on the farm. Thank you to Clean Farms for the service you provide to our industry across the province and for being a FARMFAIR International sponsor. And in our Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, Judge Katie Songer is ready to comment on the first of the 2 splits of senior yearling heifers. Folks, here is our judge.
Well, I think this has been probably one of the easiest classes that we've seen all day in terms of just the quality following all the way down and it being easy to place them. But this one that starts the class hits you really hard on the way in, and she keeps keeps hitting you that hard all the way through, but I love how massive this one is through the center part of her body and her cavity there, and how she carries that rib shape all the way down. When you get behind her, this one's tremendously stout and tremendously big muscle just through her quarter, and then when you get this one on the move, she really strides out with some flex and grace. Just a really nice heifer to start the class. The heifer that follows her is a heifer that follows her really closely in type and kind. This is another heifer that's got a lot of mass when you look down over her spine. There's so much to this heifer just in terms of her rib, and where I differentiate these two heifers is that heifer that gets out and goes at the top of the class probably just does so on the move for me. She's just a touch more flexible, and then when you analyze these two females in terms of their front end design, that one's just a little bit showier for me. She's just a little bit more striking and elegant compared to this heifer in 2, but that's a really nice heifer in 2 as well, a really high quality individual. And the heifer that comes in next is a heifer that I love, actually, looking at the front angle. I love the shape of this one's skull. I like how striking she is in her neck design. I like how high tying she is. With that, this one just gets a little bit flatter compared to those two heifers that win the class today. There's just not as much heifer there, but a heifer that you really like in just the side profile and how much look she does give you. The heifers that follow up in class are heifers that maybe just don't have quite the look and balance of those heifers that win the class today. This heifer that comes next is a heifer that's really maternal appearing. She's really long bodied. She's really flexible. As I said, just not the balance, just not the show ring appeal. And the heifer that follows her, a heifer that's really similar. There's a lot of maternal in that heifer. She's extremely long bodied. She's extremely deep bodied. A little bit of navel in this one, and that one kind of knocks her out of contention compared to that heifer above her. But a really nice class of senior bred heifers.
Thank you, Judge Songer. First place and advancing to our Senior Yearling Championship, sponsored by Hespero Bank Shorthorns and Fallen Timber Shorthorns, is entry number 58, DASF Billie Jean BF 27MET. Patrickan had a little thriller thing going on there from Double Arrow Stock Farms, Peckover Farms, and First Class Shorthorns. That's our class winner and advancing to our division championship. So will TRV Cattle Company, Tyler Visser, with the Schutz bred cattle heifer, entry number 59, 6S Beauty 47MET. Marking your show program on our first split of senior shorthorn yearling heifers, entry number 57 is 5th, 55 4th, 58 is first in class, 59 is second, and entry 60 is third in class. Coming into the ring now, our second split of our senior shorthorn yearlings, 5 in your show program, 5 in the ring, and Judge Katie Songer, your class is complete.
Over in ring number 1, we're ready for comments from Judge Tyler Bullock on this Junior Yearling Championship.
Thank you, Tracy. We got what we think is a couple real unique ones for the breed in this division. I know they're out there for some people and this and that in this breed, but I think they're pretty unique and something they can add to the breed and take it in a direction that can be utilized for different generations. So just some pretty neat genetics and something kind of different the way I see it. So nice set of junior females.
Congratulations to Ty D's Prickly Pear 27M. She is your junior champion yearling heifer. Congratulations to Ty and Taylor, and congratulations to our class winner from our first split, Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M. She will be your reserve. Congratulations to our top 2 representing the junior yearling. Now I have an announcement to make, because as I was mentioning, one of the most phenomenal things that happened in 2025 was that Riley Chalik became a dad. Well, I've just got an update from Cassie, and Rowdy is on the bottle, having a sleep, and all is well. So it takes a village, Riley. We're here for you, and all is well on the home front.
Ready to elevate your construction or home improvement projects? Visit Cooper Equipment Rentals at, write it down folks, 20704 118A Avenue, Northwest Edmonton. Cooper Equipment Rentals, serving contractors across Canada with unmatched service and support. Many thanks, Cooper Equipment Rentals. And Country Junction Feeds is proud to be back as our official shavings and feed supplier for FARMFAIR International. Come visit the friendly folks at the Country Junction Feed booth. They'd love to see you. Many thanks, Country Junction Feeds, just down the road, but here all week at FARMFAIR International, located right here in Hall B. Another of our major sponsors is Davis Reardon, who have 35 years of experience with bovine embryo transfer. They provide a high quality of service both on farm or at their state-of-the-art center located just off Highway 2A between Carstairs and Crossfield. Davis Reardon's experienced and highly trained staff are committed to providing the highest quality of service and obtaining optimal results. Dr. Adam Shireman and the crew know every aspect of the seed stock industry and are proud providers of support through Davis Reardon, as well as sponsors of FARMFAIR International. Thank you, Dr. Shireman, Jr., and Davis Reardon. And we're ready with comments from Judge Katie Songer in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2 on the second split of our senior yearlings, the Big Heavy Bred Girls. And here we go with Judge Songer.
Well, I think the competition in this class is for second place, because the one that walks away in first does so really easily for me, really from the first round in here. This one, she's just the most massive of anything in here. She's just got the most muscle shape. She's just got the most top to her. And with that, this one's just the smoothest built, most attractive when you get her on the side profile. And when you get her on the go, she has a lot of flex and authority. She's really nice off both ends of her skeleton. Just a really, really nice first place heifer that you like so many things about her. The heifer that comes in second for me today, I mean, this is where it gets problematic for me. This heifer is a really maternal appearing. She's not quite as striking as that one that comes out in class. But when you get analyzing this heifer, she's really, really fresh compared to some of the other heifers in class, and she still has enough mass and turn to her top. And where I actually prefer this heifer is when you get on the ground. When you look at this heifer's foot shape, for me, she just has more longevity in how those hooves are shaped and built compared to that heifer in third place. And that's why she ends up in second place today. The heifer in third place is a heifer that she's got a lot of mass as well. When you get on this heifer, up close on this heifer, she's got a lot of mass to her rib. She's so bold and intense in that center part of her body. But when you get analyzing this heifer, for me, she just not as nicely shaped in terms of her hooves and her foot structure. And I think that's going to just affect her longevity down the road. And that's why she ends up in third place today. And the heifer that follows her is a heifer that's really maternal in her appearance, a heifer that's really deep-bodied, and she's got enough mass to her that with that she just gets a little bit flatter compared to the heifers that win the class today, and not quite as attractive when you get analyzing her through that front third. And the heifer that comes in last today, a heifer that is a little problematic for me, because this one's super bold ribbed and she's got so much mass over top, but when she gets out and goes, she's just not as flexible as those other heifers. She drops her spine and just wants to kind of walk without as much grace as those heifers leaving the class today in front of her, but a really nice, interesting class of senior heifers.
And thank you, Judge Songer. First place in advancing in our Shorthorn Senior Yearling heifer on behalf of that second split is entry 56, BT's Reflection 118M from Beatty Farms of Bisark, Alberta. That's Shaylin Beatty. with that class winner. Second place, Edensville Cattle Company and Prospect Hill Shorthorns of Meeting Creek, Alberta, entry 61, Edensville Magical Joan 12M. Marking your show program on that second split of senior yearling heifers, entry 56 is first, that's your class winner. 61 is second. Also advancing, entry 63 is fourth, 64 is third, and entry 65 is fifth in class. We'll reintroduce you to our senior champion contenders in just a few minutes' time. But Tracy, you're ready with comments in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 1 on this class of Simmental bred heifers from Judge Tyler Bullock.
You betcha, this one's really fun. Look at this one right here at this angle. Look at this female. I think she is beautiful. The ear set, the head, the look, the razor sharp top. I can really get behind this one. She's just elegant. You know, she's balanced. She just puts it all together for me. Easy winner in this class, and something that'll be a big time contention for me. Second place heifer follows in really nicely. She's really nice made over her top and hip. Nice udder. Really appreciate the udder on this female. She gets around the ring with ease. Something that is something to be really proud of on these females. They get around the ring with ease. The third place female would be something that's a little more terminal looking for us. We'll just give it a little more maternal look and change her udder a little bit. Same with the fourth place heifer. We would just change her udder, but I really appreciate the head on that female. Really, really beautiful head on her, and it kind of follows in nicely with this group. So powerful set, an extremely good one to start it off.
Thank you, Tyler. So this is the first of 2 splits. I was remiss in saying that earlier. So our class winner from split number 1 is entry 124 from Mater Ranches with Mater Violet 84M. Second in class and also advancing, the entry from Hegel Livestock, entry 122, Black Gold GW, Miss Foxtrot, 111M. Third in class, City View Malibu, 30M, from City View Simmentals of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, that was entry 121. And entry 125, GG Elegant Melody, 28M, from Gilchrist Genetics, was fourth. Our next class into the ring will be our second and final split of senior yearlings.
And we're ready with comments now on our Hespero Bank Shorthorn and Fallen Timber Shorthorn sponsored senior champion yearling heifer class in Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2. Comments from our judge, Katie Songer.
Well, I think the top end of these senior yearlings has been awesome, and I think each of these classes were particularly tough, but the ones in 1 and 2 at the top of these classes, I mean, there was a lot to like about them. These features are, these heifers are so nice featured. When you get them on the side profile, they're striking to look at. They have so much body and mass. They have some functionability to them when you look down at their feet. They're good-footed cattle. I'm going to go out and select the 2 that I like. I think these 2 are ultra close. And I think that you could split hairs between them, and you could argue that either of these heifers should go either way. But I really, really like this division. Congratulations, exhibitors.
And thank you to Judge Songer. This is our final class of yearlings, and then we move into our cow-calf pairs. And honestly, I hope all of you with champion heifer calves and champion yearlings are getting them to ringside for our Shorthorn show, because your grand champion female class is actually not very far away. And entry number 58 is our senior yearling champion. Our Hespero Bank Shorthorn champion senior heifer is entry 58, DASF Billie Jean 8BF 27M AET from Double Arrow Stock Farm, Peckover Farms, and First Class Shorthorn. Entry number 58 is our senior yearling champion, sponsored by Hespero Bank Shorthorns. Our reserve, sponsored by Fallen Timber Shorthorns, is entry number 56 from Shaylin Beatty of Beatty Farms at Bicyker, and BT's Reflection, 118M. Entry number 58, our senior yearling champion. Entry number 56, our reserve. We have 2 2-year-olds and 1 mature cow, and then our senior championship. And then, folks, we are into our grand champion drive. Beatty Farms and Alberta Shorthorn Association are a sponsor for our 2-year-old pair class. Our 2-year-old pair first place is sponsored by BD Farms, and our second place, Alberta Shorthorn Association. Thank you for your sponsorship as we move now into our production units of the Shorthorn Show. Edmonton'sBestHotels.com says thank you to guests staying at any of their 50-plus hotels. We are proud to have Edmonton's Best Hotels as a sponsor of FARMFAIR International. And folks, if ever you're needing to be up here to stay in the capital region, do book your stay at Edmonton'sBestHotels.com. You might just save some money. Thank you very much, Edmonton'sBestHotels.com. And Judge Katie Songer in Horizon Ag and Turf, Show Ring 2, your class of 2 2-year-olds, sponsored by BD Farms and Alberta Shorthorn Association, is complete. Explore Edmonton drives visitors year-round and elevates the Edmonton experience. The organization is proud to produce its signature events, K-Days, the Canadian Finals Rodeo, and FARMFAIR International, as well as stewarding urban agriculture within the Edmonton Urban Farm. Learn more about how Explore Edmonton helps our capital city shine at exploreedmonton.com. FARMFAIR International will forever be indebted and grateful to Explore Edmonton. Of course, here in Hall B, we keep referring to Show Ring 1 and Show Ring 2 as the Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring. That would be because our show ring is presented by Horizon Ag and Turf, who have the equipment to take care of all your livestock needs. Feed your herd, bale your hay, maintain your property with a John Deere utility tractor. Contact your local Horizon Ag and Turf to learn more about their John Deere livestock loyalty discounts. We're very proud of our FARMFAIR International sponsorship from Horizon Ag and Turf as we spotlight Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring 1 and 2 through the whole 4 days of FARMFAIR International. Right now, our Simmental show in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring 1, our Shorthorn show in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring 2. And what a show both Shorthorn and Simmental are putting on for us. Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2 now features our placed 2-year-old classes as sponsored by BD Farms and Alberta Shorthorn Association for first and second. Here's Judge Katie Songer to tell us all about it.
It's too bad we don't have a bit more competition for these two-year-old pairs, because both of these pairs are pretty high quality in their own right, and I think they really could stand some serious competition. But we have 2 heifer calves we've seen before on these pairs, and our heifer calf division champion is out in front of this first place pair here. And as I commented on her in the heifer calf division, this is a really high quality individual. There's a lot of mass over this heifer's top when you get behind her. She's so wide pinned. She's got some spread over her hooks. When you get her on the side profile, she's really elegant looking, and you can see where she gets it, because she follows in type and kind to the cow that's standing behind her. And I'll be honest, this is one of the few females that I'd say this one's probably a little bit too fresh to be in the show ring yet. She's not quite got the condition that she should have, but you can see that she's put a lot of it into her calf. And when you get behind this cow's still got enough rib, she's still got enough mass and top. Where I'd like to change this cow is just to give her a little bit more strength. When you look at her heart girth, she just dips in behind her shoulders more than I'd like. And I'd like to change her udder construction just a little bit to take that and make it a little bit more balanced. But you like the foot size of this one. You like the authority and flex that she gets out and goes with. A really nice pair to start off this class. And the pair that follows her is a pair that's really nice in their own right. And this cow is the more heavier conditioned of the two, and certainly you like that about a 2-year-old, that can bring in the quality of calf that she's got in front of her and still maintain that condition. And with that, these two match really, really well. This cow and the calf in front of her are just a little bit plainer headed and a little bit plainer necked compared to those two that win the class. And if I was to change this cow again, it'd be in terms of her udder construction. I just want to shorten those teats up and balance them a little bit. And again, just make her a little bit level over her top. But those are 2 really, really nice individuals and 2 really nice pairs in the 2-year-old class. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Thank you very much, Judge Katie Songer in our Shorthorn show. Our first place and second place will both be coming back for our senior champion female. BD Farms, first place in this class, goes to entry number 67, Hillhaven Verona Katie, 16L, from Foxtail Livestock and Sweetgrass Ranches. The Hillhaven Farms bred 2-year-old is our class winner. And Alberta Shorthorn Association sponsored second place in the 2-year-old class goes to entry number 66, Dungannon Stock Farm of Westlock, Alberta, with Dungannon Flashy Isabel, 7L. Our next into the ring will be the single entry mature cow class. The mature division is sponsored by Schutt's Cattle Company and Cinder Angus and Cinder Shorthorns. It's a single entry, and then we'll be into senior champion. But I know that in our Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 1, Judge Tyler Bullock is ready to comment on this senior class of Simmental yearling heifers. Folks, Judge Bullock.
We have a couple of high quality individuals in this class. You know, the separation is in the details here. I think the female that leads us is more feminine headed and necked, where the second place female is a little rawer there in that regard, up over her crest and in her head comparatively to the first place female. First place female gives you a fresh, good look, soft, nice. The second place female is really, really good. Long-bodied, she's got extra look, you know, good udder, both of them solid udder types. I just think the freshness of the first place female overtakes the second place and the third. Our third place female I really, really like. That's a long-bodied female. I think there's a lot of good in that female. Just to compete with the 2 she got here, it's just a tough road to hoe, because there's some real high-quality stuff here. These females, once you start getting into this level of competition, it's the smallest things that make the difference, and just a whale of a group of females here.
Thank you, Tyler. So your class winner, entry 128, is Black Gold Miss Haley, 28M, exhibited by Walgren Farms, Greenwood Cattle, and Ivory Downs. Second in class, entry 130, Black Gold Lindgren Miss Soda, 4M, exhibited by Double RN Ranching Corp and Westman Farms. Third went to Clark Fashionista, 38M, from Southland Cattle Company. That was entry 127. Fourth went to entry 126, GG Captain Marvel, 17M, from Gilchrist Genetics. And fifth in class, City View, Montana. And that was Montana 8M. That was entry 129 from City View Simmentals. Our next class is going to be our senior yearling champion female. But Rob, I think you've got some stuff happening in ring number 2.
We are. Katie Songer's ready to comment on the Schutz Cattle Company and Cinder Angus and Cinder Shorthorn sponsored mature class. Here is our judge.
We've just got a single entry in this mature class, and this 3-year-old cow with the bull calf at side, and I think it's pretty impressive in the pairs that we've had out here. We had the senior champion heifer calf on one of the 2-year-old pairs in a second place, and then we've got the champion Shorthorn plus bull at side, this 3-year-old, and I think that's a testament to what these cows can do, because everything we've seen so far has brought out something that's it's been in the top end of their respective divisions. And as I commented on this bull calf when he came out of his class there, that there's a really nice bull calf she's got in front of her. He's really, really long bodied, he's really extended, he's got some meat and mass, and when you get this bull out in the go, he's really nicely designed and can move. And the cow behind him is a cow that I love how much rib shape there is to this cow when you get behind her. She's got some mass over her top. She's clearly a really, really easy doing female. And if I was to change this female, again, it'd be just in terms of her udder construction. I'm just concerned a little bit about the longevity of her udder. If we could tie that udder in a little bit better, that would be how I would change this cow today. But a really, really nice senior pair. Congratulations.
And thank you very much to our judge, Katie Songer, for comments on her champion mature cow, first place for mature cow, who'll be remaining in the ring for our senior championship. But as our first place mature cow receives the awards from Schutz Cattle Company, Cinder Angus and Shorthorns, and that is entry number 68, Pick a Spot Claudia 13K from Chapelta Farm of Ohatton, Vanessa Shepherd, this cow bred by Mervyn and Felicia Kellerman. So our top 2-year-olds are going to be coming into the ring alongside our mature cow for our senior champion class, coming up next.
And over in our ring number 1, we'll have comments on our senior champion division from Judge Bullock.
Oh, you went through all those heifer calves and you figured you'd see some real nice breds, and we sure did. These things are high quality, and we really appreciate them. We like one real damn good, so Justine will go show you that one.
Thank you, Tyler. And again, our senior division is going to be presented a banner from W2 Land and Cattle and Reserve Rafter 4T Farms. As Justine walks out and congratulates our senior champion female, it's gonna be Violet. Congratulations to Mater Violet 84M from Mater Ranches. That's entry 124. Hawken on the halter, and of course congratulations to our class winner from our second class, Black Gold Miss Haley 28M from Walgren Farms, Greenwood Cattle, and Ivory Downs. They will be your top 2 representing the senior yearling division. Our next class into the ring will be our full bloods, and to our judges there should be 3 entries in our full blood class, 3 entries.
So folks, in our Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, this is our grand champion Shorthorn female class. Our grand champion female receives the award from Stockyards Veterinary and our reserve awards from Bovatech Limited. And we'll be taking a little break after this class as Judge Katie Songer and our grand and reserve grand champion female will head off for pictures. But we will reintroduce you to all the contenders, starting with our junior heifer calves. Our junior heifer calf champion is entry number 22, 6S Perfect Soul 85N ET from Mapleview Livestock and Schutz Cattle of Clyde, Alberta. Our reserve junior heifer calf champion, bred by Creekside Shorthorns, is entry number 14 from Bishop Farms of Killam, Creekside Candy 515N. Our intermediate champion heifer calf is Head for the Hills Perfect 14N, all the way from Redverse, Saskatchewan, and Head for the Hills Shorthorn, entry number 35. Our reserve champion intermediate heifer calf is Schutz Cattle Company of Parkland County, Alberta, entry number 27, 6S Maryland BT80N. Moving then into our senior heifer calf division, a hotly contested division, where our champion is entry number 43, Sweetgrass Ranches and Foxtail Livestock, with Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N, our reserve champion senior heifer calf, Double Arrow Stock Farm, the Patrick and Crew with entry number 87, DASF Billie Jean AI 16NET. Then we moved into the yearling heifers, where our junior yearling heifer champion is 6S Maryland 50M, entry number 53, from Barefoot Valley Shorthorns of St. Paul, Alberta. That's Jaron and Megan Bispalco. And our reserve Creekside Drama 406M from Bishop Farms, entry number 51, bred by Creekside Shorthorns. And our senior yearling champion is DASF Billie Jean, once again, BF 27MET, from Double Arrow Stock Farm, Peckover Farms, and First Class Shorthorn, entry number 58, our senior yearling champion. Our reserve senior yearling champion, Shaylin Beatty of Beatty Farms, entry number 56, BT's Reflection 118M. And then moving into our production units, our champion 2-year-old, Hillhaven Verona Katie 16L from Foxtail Livestock and Sweetgrass Ranches of Elrose, Saskatchewan, entry number 67, our 2-year-old champion, and our reserve Dungannon Stock Farm of Westlock, Alberta, entry 66, Dungannon Flashy Isabel 7L. Our mature cow champion, Pick a Spot Claudia 13K, bred by Mervyn and Felicia Kelman, but shown today as entry number 68 from Chapelta Farm of Ohatton, Alberta, Vanessa Shepherd and the crew. This is our grand champion Shorthorn female class, sponsored by Stockyards Veterinary for Grand, Bovatech Limited for Reserve, and the opportunity for the bragging rights to be part of Supreme Saturday here in about 2 days exactly time, as the Supreme is selected out of FARMFAIR International 2025.
And Rob, we're ready for comments in ring number 1 with our full-blood yearlings from Judge Bullock.
It's a picturesque full-blood female for me. She's just put together so nice. Like, look at how nice she is over her top, the way she sets that back leg down, you know, the spread in her udder. She just, to me, that's one that you kind of build around. That's a real nice one. We move into, this is a younger female for the folks watching outside, fall-born female. The next two females follow into each other, longer body cattle that really carry themselves well, but just hit a real spectacular one in my opinion.
Thank you, Tyler. So our champion full-blood yearling goes to entry 131, SBV Emma 266M from Westbrook Ventures and Mark Land and Cattle. And they are also receiving the banner sponsored by Pine Creek Semitals. Second in class, BJL Miss Pold First Love 58M from Masterlock Semitals. That's entry 133, receiving the banner from Anchor D Semitals. And third in class, entry 132, Trialta Molly 17M from Sunny Slope Semitals of Three Hills. We're going to draw our attention to show ring number 2, but next up in the Semital ring is our 2-year-old cow-calf pairs, class number 30.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking before about the International Hospitality, which is up on the adjacent side of our Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2. It's our International Hospitality here, but right now featuring an Alberta Beef Producers Hospitality. We see, because he's very easy to see, Alberta Beef Producers Chair Doug Roxburgh up there. As well, we know we've seen our CEO, as well as their Director of Outreach, taking the opportunity to check over their colleague, Katie Songer, who works as well, providing value for Alberta beef producers. And now ready to make comments on her Grand Champion Shorthorn Drive, looking at the life cycle of a Shorthorn female, ladies and gentlemen, Katie Songer.
Well, I hope you can see what I was going out here for today when we look over a championship drive. But this is a setup of females that I'm really impressed with all the way through, from those junior calves to our senior champions there. But we've got some cattle out here that are really, really functional in their build, and we've got some cattle with some stoutness and some body and ability to put on mass with forage, and females that they just have the look about them. When you get them on the side profile, they're females that just have a show ring presence. And I think there's several females, I think, out here in contention today. But with that, I want to talk a little bit about what I think the Shorthorn breed has done. And we got into Shorthorns, and I want to say, I think it was 1999 when I bought my first Shorthorn. And I think the breed has come in incredible ways since then. Kudos to these breeders for just changing the type of cattle. They've made these cattle functional. They've made these cattle the kind of cattle that you can use in a commercial environment, and you can add some maternal. And I think there's some hidden specialties that the Shorthorn breed kind of brings to the table, and one of those is just the ability to carcass and the ability to marble, and to be able to do that with a maternal breed of cattle, for me, is exceptional. And I think to do it in packages that look like these is really, really special. I want to go out and congratulate my champion in reserve, but with that, I think there's quite a few in this ring that deserve just kudos for bringing the breed as far as they have. Congratulations, Shorthorn exhibitors. Please give them a round of applause.
And thank you very much, Judge Katie Songer. Katie now on the walk for her grand champion, Shorthorn female. There is no question, here come the hot stepper. And it is entry number 67, Hill Haven. Verona Katie. No, that's our senior yearling, entry number 58, DASF Billie Jean BF 27 MET, Double Arrow Stock Farm. From Thorhild, Alberta, Peckover Farms and First Class Shorthorn. Congratulations, entry number 58, our senior yearling as our grand, and entry number 67, our 2-year-old champion, Hill Haven Verona Katie 16L, is our reserve for foxtail livestock and sweetgrass cattle. So entry number 58 and entry number 67, our champion and reserve champion. We will go off for pictures from our Shorthorn show. Tracy, an update over on your side?
You bet, Rob. We've got our 2-year-old cow-calf pairs here in the ring celebrating the Simmental class number 30. We have a scratch in this class. You can scratch entry 135. Entry 135 is a scratch. Well, folks, that isn't an easy decision. What a tough class it is here in the 2-year-old pairs class. And we know that no one knows what it takes to have a pair out in the front of the line more than our judge, Tyler Bullock.
This is really impressive here. These females are they're maternal all the way through. You know, the Simmental breed, the breeders here have done an amazing job making these females maternal and milky and making them functional and still being able to raise that big time herd bull that you guys are known for doing and things that are just really, really important to your breed and that you're well known for. So I commend you all just for all these cattle. Man, I think we got one that leads us that's pretty special. We talk about udders at our place a ton. This one's got a deadly udder. We talk about, getting them up on their tops and keeping them strong. This one's good that way. They get around the ring with ease. I really like the way that the calf complements the cow. The cow is incredibly good looking. The calf follows in that same mold. Just something that I can really appreciate is these pairs like this, and when they look like this and the calf complements the cow, and the cow's doing the job of outworking herself. She puts that udder on that heifer calf, that could be a game changer as well. So really, really like that pair. The second place female, not an easy decision for us. I think this heifer calf for me is a really, really nice one. I think she's elegant made. I think she's balanced. I think she's got swoop. I think she's got look. I really, really like that heifer calf. The cow has got an incredible look to her as well. I would just tweak her udder ever so slightly, and she just gives up a little bit of power and punch and performance to the cow. But you got to appreciate what she can do. I mean, she's well outproduced herself with that calf. That's a heck of a calf. The female in third place is really working hard. I also think she outproduced herself with that heifer calf. That's a flashy heifer calf, and just doing a really, really nice job. So I can appreciate all these females and think they look really nice, and a really, really good representation of the Simmental breed, putting some maternal traits back into their females, but an exceptional one to lead us, I think.
Thank you, Tyler. So your champion 2-year-old goes to entry 137 from Rancier Farms of Killam. That's RF Scream 3121 and heifer calf at side, followed by the entry from Boss Lake Genetics with entry 134, Boss Lake Miss L 334L. And third in class, entry 136, SMRT She's the Dream 25L from SMRT Livestock at Hazard, Alberta. And of course, entry number 135 was a scratch. And for Tyler and Justine, our next class will have 2 entries for mature cow-calf, 2 entries in class number 31. And if you have had a division qualifier, please make sure that you're in the marshalling area. We are 1 class away from our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Simmental female class. So across the way, I see Doug Roxburgh and his gorgeous wife Katie over in the Alberta Beef Producers Suite. And many thanks to the Alberta Beef Producers for all that they do for our industry. And most especially, we'd like to thank Doug Roxburgh and Katie for being here, representing ABP and their position as chair of the board. Well, you can tell that the energy is building here in the Simmental ring as we get closer and closer to our champion female class. And what a class the mature cow is. We're going to have comments now from Judge Tyler Bullock.
I was impressed last class. Justine and I just talked. I mean, I think these two calves are the best two calves we've seen on the pairs, honestly. So that'll throw a kink into what maybe some people are thinking, and I think these calves are very, very impressive. The black calf that leads us is just so striking. She's elegant. She's up-headed. She's elevated. She just has the look. She has the bells and whistles, and I think she's just I think she's very, very good. I think she's a great one, honestly. She strikes us hard, and she's a beauty. The cow, when she comes in, she's big-footed, and she's got just beautiful bone. You get behind her, there's a lot of cow there and stuff, so that's a beautiful pair, and she's outdoing herself with that calf. This red heifer calf is a absolute beauty as well. I mean, you get in behind her, there's a ton of heifer calf. Look how nice she is over her top. That's a heck of a calf. I mean, the cow's just out producing herself as well. That's a beautiful cow. I don't even know how old she is, but she's holding herself together. She looks wonderful, but I can really appreciate that calf, what job that she's done on that. So this is a whaleless set of females, and not that I'd be surprised, but before we go into the champion drive, we get two of the best we've seen, especially on the heifer calf end. So she'll be tough picking here now.
Well, thank you, Tyler. So your champion mature cow, and coming back in for senior champion with our 2-year-olds is entry 138, Black Gold Miss Haley, 213K, exhibited by Black Gold Simmental and Twin Springs Farm and Lindgren Simmentals. Second in class is entry 139, PF Red Licious, RLP 10K, from Peschel Farms and Scotland and Cattle. They are your reserve champion mature cow. We'll reintroduce you to entry number 137, who was our class winner, RF Scream 3121 from Rancier Farms. With heifer calf at side, she was your champion 2-year-old, followed by entry number 134 from Boss Lake Genetics, Boss Lake Miss L 334L. And our 2 mature cows will accompany them. Once again, Black Gold Miss Haley 213K, exhibited by Black Gold Simmental, Twin Springs Farm, and Lindgren Simmentals. And our second place mature cow, entry 139, PF Red Licious, RLP 10K, by Peschel Farms and Scotland and Cattle. This senior division will be vying for banners sponsored by Rancier Farms and City View Simmentals. And with that, we're ready for comments on our senior championship class from Judge Tyler Bullock.
We've been impressed all day, and I guess shouldn't be surprised that this is as tough as a decision as it is. Just awesome quality. Just really, really awesome quality. And we're just going to pick subtle differences that we choose to have higher on our pecking list than some other people, and that's what will separate these females. But I think they're they're high-end cattle, and it's been a pleasure sorting through them. Justine will show you the champion in the reserve.
Congratulations to the Rancier family with RF Scream 3121. Congrats, fellas, as you lead our senior champion female receiving the banner from Rancier Farms. Congratulations to RF Scream 3121, followed in closely by our mature cow champion Black Gold Miss Haley 213K from Black Gold Simmental, Lindgren Simmentals, and Twin Springs Farms. And receiving the banner from City View Simmentals. Brad Dubois, give us a wave. Brad Dubois over in the Alberta Beef Producers, thank you for all you do, and thank you for inviting some amazing folks to enjoy the ABP hospitality. Thank you to everyone. We're going to introduce you now to our contenders for our Grand Champion Simmental Female. From our Junior Heifer Calf Division, our champion, entry number 39, PEAG Red Paradise 514N from Dreammaker Cattle Company of Westlock. Our Reserve Junior Champion Heifer Calf, CARPS Pepin Noir 507N. That was entry 37, exhibited by Carpathian Land and Livestock of St. Paul, Alberta. And then we moved into our intermediate champions, and the one that took grand, entry number 55, RF Scream 5117 from Rancier Farms of Killam, Alberta. And tucked in close behind is the entry from Westbrook Ventures of Rocky View County with entry 48, WBC Emmy 36N. Then to our senior heifer calf division, our grand senior heifer calf is Grassroots Emmy 514, exhibited by Canadian Sires and Donors in Grassroots Ranch. That's entry number 81. Our reserve champion senior calf, entry 65, that is KT Soda 5126 from KT Ranches of Cherryville, BC. Our full-blood champion comes to us next. And that was our entry 109 NG DB Helena 13N from Hegel Livestock of Lloydminster. And reserve was entry 112 Anchor D ADR Rosabelle 27N from Anchor D Ranch of Rimbey. Then we move into our junior yearlings, our champion junior yearling, entry number 120, that's Ty D's Prickly Pear 27M from Ty D Livestock of Streamstown, Alberta, and 27 Cattle Investments. Your reserve yearling junior champion, entry 116 from Boss Lake Genetics of Parkland County, that's Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M. Then we go to our senior yearling heifers, and our champion senior yearling is the entry from Mater Ranches at Carstairs with entry 124. That's Mater Violet 84M. Your reserve senior yearling, entry 128, Black Gold Miss Haley 28M from Walgren Farms, Greenwood Cattle, and Ivory Downs. Our full-blood yearling is entry 131. That was SBV Emma 266M from Westbrook Ventures and Mark Landing Cattle. And reserve went to entry number 133 from Masterlock Semitals of Tiger Lily, Alberta, with BJL Miss Pole First Love 58M. And most recently, our senior division champion, entry 137 RF Scream 3121 from Rancier Farms of Killam, and our reserve senior, entry number 138 Black Gold Miss Haley 213K, exhibited by Black Gold Semitol of Lloydminster along with Twin Springs Farm and Lindgren Semitals. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Semitol Champion Drive. Let's put our hands together for these breeders. What a lineup it is. Once again, we want to thank our judges, Tyler and Justine Bullock from Bashaw, Prairie Cove Charlet, and I believe with that, I see the mic in his hand. I think he's ready to give comments, and boy, we can't wait to see what they pick. Ladies and gentlemen, our judge, Tyler Bullock.
Thanks, Tracy. We're just joined here with John Barlow. He's the Shadow Minister of Agriculture. He's going to come around with us and select the champions. It was nice to have them join us and be a part of this today. We're sure proud to have had the opportunity to judge this show, and I think the cattle that we got out here in the lineup are very, very impressive, and we're very happy with them. Cattle that I think will go on and make a large impact in the Semitol business. We're just going to pick the two animals that we want to take home, and the animals that I think that will make us the most money. And that's the way we go about picking the ones that we're going to go today. But I think these cattle have a big time future, and they're going to be tough to beat down the road. So with that, we'll go out and select your grand champion, Semitol female.
Judge Bullock, I do feel that we want to let our folks that are both here in Hall B, as well as those folks that are on the internet, know a little bit more about John Barlow, who was elected as a member of Parliament to represent the federal riding of McLeod on June 30th, 2014, and was re-elected in 2015, 2019, and 2021 to the riding of Foothills. He currently serves as the Shadow Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Previously, John has served as Shadow Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food, the Interprovincial Trade, and for Employment, Workforce Development, and Labor. John grew up in rural Saskatchewan and raised his family in southern Alberta. Before being elected to office in 2014, John had a 20-year career as an award-winning journalist with the High River Times and served as the associate publisher and editor for the Okotoks Western Wheel. He is proud to work hard on behalf of agriculture and rural communities and has deep ties to his roots in Alberta and a strong commitment to producers. Like most of us here, he expected that he would be part of government back last spring, but it didn't seem to work out that way because of largely Eastern baby boomers. But we know that John Barlow is still working on behalf of all of us in Alberta, and we're very fortunate to have this Member of Parliament for Foothills join you, Judges Bullock, for this declaration of our Semitol Grand Champion female. Tracy, hit it.
Congratulations to the Ranciers, Garth, Cade, Abby, and Ange. They're taking home the 2025 Grand Champion female title in the Semitol Show. Congratulations to RF Scream 3121. And of course, she'll be down on Supreme Saturday representing the breed. We're just looking for reserve. We're keeping it in the senior champion, folks. Congratulations to Black Gold Semitol, Twin Springs Farm, and Lindgren Semitol with Black Gold Miss Haley 213K. Our seniors are our champions. Congratulations to our Simmental breeders. Thank you all for looking and being an integral part of our Simmental Female Show. We're just going to take a couple moments to grab some pictures with our judges, and we'll be right back with our intermediate bull calves, class number 39.1.
Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2, back in business, featuring our Shorthorn bulls now. And this is our junior bull calf division, sponsored by Ramblin' Ranch Shorthorns and Dungannon Stock Farm. And on this single entry class and single entry division, Judge Katie Songer is ready and willing to make comments. Folks, here is our judge.
We're starting off the Shorthorn Purebred Bull Show with a single entry here, as Rob said, and this is a bull calf that I like most when he gets in motion. This bull has an incredible amount of reach and flex when he gets out and goes, and this bull is still plenty fresh. I think when you get him on the standstill, you want to just pull him out in behind his shoulders a little bit and just change how he lays in at that heart girth, but this bull has a lot of potential in the future, and I think as you get some more condition on him, this bull's just going to fill out and put some mass in there with the frame that he does have. A nice single entry to start off the show here.
And thank you very much to our judge for comments on her junior bull calf champion, again sponsored by Ramblin' Ranch Shorthorns and Dungannon Stock Farms. And it is entry number 71, Wasquee Creek Ranch of Holden, Alberta, with Wasquee Nookie 5NET. Congratulations, entry number 71, our junior bull calf champion. And we'll be seeing him again in our Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull Drive in about an hour's time.
Rob, over in our Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 1, we have the opportunity to do a very special presentation on behalf of the Alberta Simmental Association, and we would like to ask Mike Emler to come forward, please, to make that presentation. And our Alberta Simmental Association Executive Director will be assisting in the presentation of the Purebred Ambassador of the Year.
Each year, the Alberta Simmental Association gets to give out 2 awards, and this summer we were happy to present the 2025 Commercial Breeder to Clifford Landing Cattle. And this year we are honored to announce that our 2025 Purebred Ambassador is KSL Simmental.
Congratulations to KSL Simmental for being our Purebred Ambassador. And I'll tell you what, there are few people in our industry that are as passionate about the Simmental breed and as passionate about supporting our youth than these 2 amazing fellas. Congratulations, boys.
Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring 2, featuring our Shorthorn show, appears to have a couple of scratches from our intermediate bull calf class. Please scratch entry number 75 and entry 77. Please scratch entries number 75 and 77. And Judge Songer, your class is complete on these February calves, only about a week apart from the youngest to the oldest. Youngest is February 28th, oldest is February 20th. This intermediate bull calf class in our Shorthorn show is also a division. First place will be our intermediate bull calf champion, sponsored by SF Shorthorns. And second place will be our reserve champion, sponsored by Alberta Shorthorn Association. Another of our major FARMFAIR International sponsors is Made in Alberta, proudly brought to you by the Alberta Food Producers Association. Discover local food and drinks on the new Made in Alberta app and madeinalberta.com. That's Made in Alberta, all one word, all lowercase, .com. Thank you to Made in Alberta.
Rob, I was remiss in our show ring with all the excitement. Our grand champion female banner was sponsored by DAG Simmentals and Reserve Doran Marketing. Although we don't have a junior champion bull calf and reserve, we would like to acknowledge both Maxwell Simmentals and Westway Farms for their contribution to the show. So once again, thank you to DAG Simmentals and Doran Marketing for the sponsorship of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion banners.
When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Mike's Hard is a proud partner of FARMFAIR International. For a little extra fee, you too can help yourself to a Mike's Hard at our Expo Hospitality booths, and we're grateful for their sponsorship. And Judge Katie Songer is ready to comment on the intermediate Shorthorn bull calves, sponsored by SF Shorthorns and Alberta Shorthorn Association. Folks, here's Katie.
Well, I think the place we start in this class is the most logical bull calf to start with, and this bull hits you the hardest when he comes in and gets on the move. This is the bull that comes at you with the most circumference of bone. He's really, really nice from the side profile. He's got some masculinity to him. He's got some testicle development there. And with that, this bull just has the most stifle of anything in the class. When you get behind him, he's got the most shape. And so an easy winner for me. I really like that calf in first. And the bull calf in second is a bull calf that he's a tremendously long-bodied individual. When you get off beside him on the side profile, he's got some depth of rib. He's got some quarter to him. A bull that's just not as attractive and striking as in his appearance as that bull that goes out in first, but a bull that you really like for just how long-bodied he is. And the bull calf that comes in third is a bull that follows him pretty nicely. A bull calf that you like for just his pattern. And he doesn't have as much muscle as the bull calf that precedes him in class. A bull calf that when you get behind him, there's just not as much there, but a bull calf that you love how long-bodied he is. He's got some masculinity to him as well. And a bull calf that I think his best days are ahead of him as he gets some more condition on him. The two bull calves that follow up are bull calves that are just not quite as balanced and attractive as those bull calves. They get a little bit up in their top when they get out and go. And the bull calf that comes next in class is just the longer bodied individual of the two, and the one of the two that I prefer in just his head construction. But two nice bull calves to finish off a class where the top end was extremely high quality.
Thank you very much, Judge Songer. Our SF Shorthorns champion bull calf is BT's legendary 156N, entry number 674, from Shaylin Beatty of Beatty Farms at Bicycle, Alberta. And our Alberta Shorthorn Association reserve champion intermediate bull calf is BVS Nitro Circus 2N, entry number 73, from Barefoot Valley Shorthorns of St. Paul, Alberta. That's Jaron and Megan Bezpalko. If you're marking your show program on our intermediate bull calf class in class number 24, entry number 72 is fourth. Entry number 73 is second. That's our reserve division champion. Entry 74 is first. That's our division champion. Entry 75 is a scratch. 76 is fifth. Entry 77 is a scratch, and entry 78 is third in class. Now we move into our senior bull calves. There is a scratch from this class, and it is entry number 80. Please scratch entry number 80, leaving us with two bull calves. And Judge Songer, your class is complete. First in this class will be our recipient of awards from Sima Saga Shorthorns. And the reserve champion, second place, our reserve champion from Alberta Shorthorn Association. Another of our new sponsors for Farm Fair in 2025 is New Generation Supplements. Flaxlick is research proven to support male and female fertility using self-fed, weatherproof omega-3 nutrition from the highest quality ingredients. With Flaxlick, you can work smarter, not harder. Thank you to New Generation Supplements, new sponsor for Farm Fair International in 2025. And our judge is ready to comment on her senior bull calf champion, folks. Judge Songer.
Just a single pair in this senior bull calf champion class, and a bull calf that I think infers this white bull calf that could stand a fair bit of competition. I really like how up-headed this one is, how he ties into his shoulder so nicely. And with that, when you get behind his shoulder, he transitions really well into his rib. He's got some mass and turn to his top, and when you get behind him, he's super wide pinned and has got some width to his lower quarter. Just a bull that I really appreciate how he's constructed and put together. If I was to change this bull, it'd be in terms of his testicular development. I just want to take the twist out of those. But this is a really nice one, and that's nitpicky on a pretty good one in first. And the bull that comes in second is a bull that you like for his type and kind. This one is just a little bit more of a meat and potatoes kind of practical type bull. You like how big ribbed he is and how much mass he has over his top, but he's just not quite as showy as that one that leads off in first, just not as much eye appeal in how he's constructed compared to that bull. But two nice bull calves in the senior division here today.
Thank you very much, Katie. Our senior bull calf champion, sponsored by Simasaiga Shorthorns, is DASF Cartel 13 NET from Evan Patrickin of Double Arrow Stock Farm, entry number 79 of Thorhild, Alberta. And our Alberta Shorthorn Association sponsor, reserve senior bull calf champion, is Janelle's Case 506N from Janelle Shorthorns of Stettler, Alberta, entry number 81. If you're marking your show program on class number 26, our senior bull calf class, entry number 79 is first. That's our division champion and class winner. Entry 80 is a scratch, and entry 81 is second, and our reserve division champion. We have 5 yearling bulls coming into the ring now, sponsored by Kroner Cattle Company for champion and Alberta Shorthorn Association for reserve. So looking for 5 yearling bulls, ranging from February 27th at the youngest to January 17th at the oldest. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 scratches. Entry number 83 is a scratch, and entry number 86 is a scratch. Please scratch entries 83 and 86, leaving us with 3. And Judge, your class is complete. Your yearling bull class. Olds College of Agriculture and Technology, proudly supporting youth in agriculture for over 100 years. Visit your Alberta Ram dealer and get a 10-year, 160,000 kilometer limited powertrain warranty on most new 2026 Ram pickups. That's Canada's best full-size truck powertrain warranty out there. get into a new Ram pickup today. Just do it after the Shorthorn show. And when you walked in, folks, we expect that you saw some very cool art. Well, that is courtesy of the Works Art and Design Festival, a new sponsor this year that celebrates creativity throughout downtown every summer and is proud to be part of the art of farming. Be sure to check out the incredibly creative food display combining agriculture and food near the Expo Center food court and created by the Works Art and Design. Thank you to the Works for coming on board to add a little bit of fine arts and culture to the fine arts and culture that our purebred seed stock producers employ to create these top-notch genetics. Ladies and gentlemen, comments from our judge Katie Songer on her yearling bull division, sponsored by Kroner Cattle Company and Alberta Shorthorn Association.
We're going to start the class today with the biggest footed, loosest constructed, and soundest bull that we have in the ring here in this yearling bull class. And this this yearling bull is one that he doesn't really blow you away when he comes in the ring, but the longer you spend out here with him, the more you like him. When you get behind him, he's got some pin width, he's got some mass over his top, and you get him on the move, and he's exceptionally flexible at the ground. And like I said, he's just the biggest boned, most ruggedly constructed bull that we have out here today, and so he kind of walks away with it. And the bull that comes in second and the bull that comes in third have more holes for me today. The bull that comes in second gets there just in terms of how much natural muscle he has, but with that, this bull gets a little bit restricted when he gets out and goes. You notice he's shorter in his stride, and he gets up in his top when he gets out and goes, but the difference between these two bulls is just this one has more natural muscle, and that's why he ends up in second today. And the bull that comes out in next in class in third today is a bull that you love for how tremendously long-bodied he is. He's really, really long-strided, but with that, he just gets a little bit refined and a little bit frail compared to those two bulls that lead off the class, but a really nice yearling bull that wins that class as well.
And thank you very much to our judge for comments on the yearling bull class. Our Kroner Cattle Company champion yearling bull is Edensville Megatrome 16M. From Edensville Cattle Company and Prospect Hill Shorthorns of Meeting Creek, Alberta. Entry number 84 is our Kroner Cattle Company champion yearling bull. And our Alberta Shorthorn Association reserve champion yearling bull is Cinder Whitaker, 23M, from Wasque Creek Ranch of Holden, Alberta. Bryn Yoder, the breeder, on our reserve yearling champion bull. If you're marking a show program, entry number 82 is third in class. Entry 83 is a scratch. Entry 84 is first, that's our class winner, and our yearling bull champion. And entry 85 is second, and our reserve division champion. We now have our 2-year-old class, in which first will be our senior bull champion, sponsored by Chapelta Farms, and second will be our reserve senior champion bull, sponsored by Schaefer's Shorthorns. 2 yearling bulls expected to be coming into the ring. The UFA Agricultural Community Foundation is proud to stand by rural communities and here to provide the support they need to flourish. The UFA Foundation is here because you're here, working together for the future of agriculture. Thank you to the UFA Agricultural Community Foundation. And judges Tyler and Justine Bullock are back in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 1. Whenever the first class of junior Simmental bull calves is ready to roll, our judges are ready to accept. And here come in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2, our big boys of the Shorthorn breed, entries in our 2-year-old or mature class. Judge Songer, your class is complete. And our next class into our Shorthorn show ring will be our Grand Champion Bull class. Another major sponsor of FARMFAIR International is the University of Alberta. The Faculty of Agriculture, Life and Environmental Sciences has shaped Alberta's economy, environment, and communities since it started in 1915. My friend Janet Kerr and I are both alumni of the University of Alberta, former Aggies. However, we were not part of the 1915 start of the University of Alberta. Gear up for a great business, farm, home, and auto insurance experience with Westland Insurance. Coverage that goes further. Thank you to the Westland Insurance Group. And Katie Songer has pulled her microphone. She is ready to comment on the big boys, the senior champion class sponsored by Chapelta Farms and Schaefer Shorthorns. Folks, Judge Songer.
Again, we just have a small division here with two bulls, and the bull that wins the class today is a bull that wins so pretty handily for me. When you get this bull on the side profile, he's really, really attractive. He's kind of got a calving ease build with how his shoulders laid in, and that follows when you get behind him. He's not quite as massively constructed as one would like. I'd like to just pull him apart into his pins, but that bull, when you get him on the side profile, he's really nice to look at. He's really smooth made. He's really attractive, and one that when you get him out on the go, he's really flexible as well. And the bull that comes in second today is a bull that is extremely, extremely long-bodied, a high-performing individual. He's not quite as attractive, doesn't give us quite the look when you get him on the side profile, but two nice senior bulls.
Thank you very much, Katie. Our Chapelta Farms senior champion bull is entry number 88, KC White Lightning 3L from Double Star Farms Limited of Lacombe, Alberta. And our Schaefer Shorthorns sponsored reserve senior champion bull is entry number 87, Sub-Zero Shorthorns of Sundre, Alberta. That's Kinsey Olson with Sub-Zero Lightning Strike 1L. So folks, all the pieces of the puzzle are in place, and we know what is making up our grand champion Shorthorn bull class, sponsored by Starlight Shorthorns for grand and Haiti Lake Shorthorns for reserve. And over in Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 1, we move into the first of our two splits of intermediate Simmental bull calves. There are 5 in your show program and 5 in the ring. Judges Bullock, your class, your first split of intermediate bull calves is complete. We will be reintroducing you to all of our contenders for Grand Champion Bull in our Shorthorn show as they come on into the ring. Our 3 classes of bull calves, our yearling class and our mature class, coming into the ring shortly. Once again, our grand champion Shorthorn bull is sponsored by Starbright Shorthorns and our reserve from Haiti Lake Shorthorns. And here they come. Leading the way is our junior bull calf champion Wasque Nookie 5N ET, entry number 71, from Wasque Creek Ranch of Holden, Alberta. Then our intermediate bull calf is coming next from Shaylin Beatty, entry 74, BT's Legendary 156N from Bicycle, Alberta's Beatty Farms. And our reserve intermediate bull calf champion, entry number 73, BVS Nitro Circus 2N from Jaron and Megan Bezpalco of Barefoot Valley Shorthorns. Our senior bull calf champion comes next, and that is Double Arrow Stock Farm of Thorhild, Alberta with entry 79, DASF Cartel 13NET. And our reserve senior bull calf champion, Janelle Shorthorns of Stettler, Alberta with entry 81, Janelle's Case 506N. Our yearling bull champion, our junior champion in the Shorthorn show is entry number 84, Edensville Megatrome 16M from Prospect Hill Shorthorns of Meeting Creek, Alberta and Edensville Cattle Company. Our reserve junior champion, or reserve yearling champion, is again from Wasque Creek Ranch, entry number 85, with Cinder Whitaker, 23M. And then our senior champion of the Shorthorn Show, entry number 88 is our senior champion, bred by Kroner Cattle Company, but exhibited by Double Star Farm Limited of Lacombe, Alberta. That's KCC White Lightning 3L. And our reserve senior champion, entry number 87, Sub-Zero Shorthorns, Kinsey Olson of Sundre, Alberta, with Sub-Zero Lightning Strike 1L. This is our Grand Champion Shorthorn Bull class, where the Grand Champion Bull is sponsored by Starbright Shorthorns, the reserve by Haiti Lake Shorthorns. Judge Katie Songer is taking a look around to see what she sees in the bulls, and we'll be hearing from her shortly. But in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 1, we have comments from Judge Tyler Bullock on the first of the 2 splits of Simmental bull calves. Folks, Judge Bullock.
Well, we got an elite one to start off our bull calves over here in the Simmental side. This bull is, I mean, phenomenal presence, great look, extremely good back leg, good testicles. He floats around the ring. He's just got an elite presence and a heck of a calf there. Congratulations, young man. The second place bull is stout made. He's a little more moderately framed, but he's a stout made bull, and his testicles are there, and he's just got a real good Herdsire look to him. The third place bull is a longer bodied bull, obviously got a little more weight on him, but he just gives up a little bit of the rib shape that I would compare it to the second place bull. You know, these bulls, they're going to change a lot as time goes on here. You know, this is their big time to grow, and I don't want to get too hard on them. So there's a lot of good in these bulls, and they will change a lot with 300, 400, 500 pounds as the time goes on. And in the springtime, them bulls will sell really well, I'm sure, for these exhibitors. So nice class of bulls in the junior division.
Thank you very much, Tyler. Placings in split number 1 of the intermediate bull calves. Congratulations to WF Century 293N from Walgren Farms of Edgerton, Alberta. Second in class, entry number 143, GVR Boss 102N, coming from Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, Alberta. Third, entry number 142, Green Valley Ranch, again with GVR Haas 106N. Fourth in class, entry number 144, Hidden Gem Livestock with Hidden Gem Rio Grande 4N. And fifth in class was entry number 145. And that is Hidden Gem Livestock once again.
And in Horizon Ag and Turf Show Ring number 2, Judge Katie Songer is ready to comment on her Grand Champion Bull class.
Well, I think this is my last speech out here, so I better make it count, but I really like this group of Shorthorn bulls that we have in front of us. We've had kind of a smaller Shorthorn bull show, and with that, there's some different types and kinds out here. But as I said earlier, I don't think good has to follow a particular type or size. I think you just find the high-quality individuals and the ones with the most attributes that you like. With that, I really want to thank FARMFAIR for having me out here to judge today, and in particular the Shorthorn breeders. I know it's so expensive and it's so much time to get these cattle out, and just the effort that you've put in, I really, really appreciate it. And I tried to give these cattle as honest a look as I could, and I'm really satisfied with the ones that won. But I say it is always an honor to be asked by your peers to judge their cattle, and so I take this job really, really seriously. With that, I'm going to go out and find the 2 Shorthorn bulls I liked. You could go a couple different ways in this lineup, but congratulations again to all these exhibitors on bringing out this excellent set of bulls.
Thank you very much, Judge Katie Songer, doing a great job with our Shorthorn show today. We do have some group classes, but we may not hear from Katie quite as much. We want to thank Colin and Natalka Hayduck for their great job ringing today, as well as all of our Shorthorn volunteers. And our senior bull calf champion will be our grand champion. That's entry number 79. Congratulations to entry number 79, DASF Cartel 13N. ET for Double Arrow Stock Farms, entry number 79 from Thorhild, Alberta, is our grand champion Shorthorn bull. And our reserve champion will be our senior bull, entry number 88, KCC White Lightning 3L from Double Star Farms Limited of Lacombe, Alberta, bred by Kroner Cattle Company. Congratulations to our senior bull, our reserve grand champion, Shorthorn Bull. Starbright Shorthorns is our sponsor of Grand Bull, and Haiti Lake, our sponsor of the reserve champion bull. We will be moving into our group classes before running off for pictures. So our first is Get of Sire, sponsored by Oberg Auction Services.
So folks, just in our previous class, that was class 39.1, our first split of intermediate bull calves. That was our first split. So now we're ready for comments on our second split of intermediate bull calves. This is class number 39.2.
Oh, we got an extreme beef bull here. This is the prototypical beef bull for me that we see when we go up and down the road and see Simmental bulls. I mean, this bull's chock full of meat, muscle, power, testicles, foot. He's just all there. Heck of a bull. Second place, really nice presence in this bull. You get behind him, he's got lots of hip in him. You know, he just gives up a little bit of that overall mass and muscle to that lead-off bull. Third place bull I really appreciate. That's a long-bodied bull, and I talked about it in the last class. These bulls change a lot in the next few months. I think that bull's best days are yet to come. I think he puts weight on. I think he changes his look a little bit, but he's got all the fundamentals to be a real solid bull.
Thank you, Tyler. So results from our second split of intermediate bull calves. Our class winner from Maxwell Simmentals, a Viking, entry 148. That's NUG Power Play 94N. Second in class, WF Captive 282N from Walgren Farms of Edgerton with entry 149. And third in class, entry 147, LAR Justice 34N from Canadian Sires and Donors, and LA Ranch. That is third place, and our scratch in this class was entry 151. So we'll be joined by our top two in our first split of intermediate bulls, who should be ringside. And our first place was entry number 146, WF Century 293N from Walgren Farms. And second in that class from Green Valley Ranch of Vermilion, that's GVR Boss 102N, entry 143. So judges Tyler and Justine, we are declaring our intermediate bull calf champion vying for the banners. That will include sponsors from Tidy Livestock and Ultra Livestock.
Show ring number 2, our Horizon Ag and Turf show ring number 2 is featuring our wrap-up of our Shorthorn show. This is our Get a Sire class. It's a single entry, and I believe the sire would be CSF Evolution HC. Justin, Evolution? Evolution is the sire? Get a sire? Firestorm is the sire. Thank you. Firestorm is the sire. Hillhaven Firestorm 28C. Many thanks to Oberg Auction Services for sponsoring our Get a Sire class.
And with that, we'll have comments on our Intermediate Division Championship from Tyler Bullock.
We talked about it earlier, how hard it is to raise some of these cattle at this level. I mean, I think some of these cattle are at the highest level there is, so these things aren't easy to do. So, you know, we gravitate towards the ones that probably give us the things that at home we work towards. So that we probably separate some there for us is just a little bit more presence in the black calf. We'll use him for the division, and the red beef bull we'll have for reserve. But I can appreciate all the good things that that bull has and all the things he brings to the table. Both really, really solid herd bull prospects.
Thank you, Tyler. So our intermediate bull calf champion is WF Century 293N from Walgren Farms of Edgerton, and receiving the banner sponsored by Tidy Livestock. Your reserve intermediate bull calf champion is our class winner from our second split, entry number 148, NUG Power Play 94N from Maxwell Simmentals, and receiving the banner sponsored by Ultra Livestock. So congratulations to Walgren's and Maxwell's on our top 2 intermediates.
In Horizon Ag and Turf showing number 2, our breeders' herd for the Shorthorn are coming in. We're expecting 4 breeders' herds. And would representatives from Schutz Cattle Company and Dungannon Stock Farm come to our awards table, please, for the Shorthorn breed? Representatives from Schutz Cattle Company and Dungannon Stock Farm, please, to our show ring.
Tyler and Justine, we have 3 splits of senior bull calves. The age range in this first split is January 8th to the 13th. 8th to the 13th.
In our Shorthorn show, please scratch entry number 93, Golden View. Our other 3 breeders' herds are all here. And we want to take this opportunity to congratulate our 2025 FARMFAIR International Premier Breeder of the Shorthorn Show, Schutz Cattle Company, and our Premier Exhibitor, Dungannon Stock Farm. Congratulations, Schutz Cattle Company, our Premier Breeder, and Dungannon Stock Farm, our Premier Exhibitor of our Shorthorn Show. Judge Katie Songer evaluating our breeders' herd now, where you have both sexes represented, but 1 breeder on each one of them. And we have Shaylin Beatty as breeder of one of these herds, Head for the Hills Shorthorn, and Edensville Cattle Company and Prospect Hill Shorthorns on the 3rd. Sure. Judge Katie Songer will comment on the breeders' herd class. Folks, breeders' herd is a very important class because 4 of these animals come from the same breeder, so it's truly a reflection of that breeder's operation, and Katie will make her final set of comments on. Or perhaps she'll talk on paired females. She could. Progeny of dams, she could do that. But we'll just see. She's going to talk, though, now on breeders' herd.
Well, just wrapping up the Shorthorn show here, we've got a couple of breeders' herds in this particular class that are really, really high quality, and so I just wanted to take this opportunity to talk on them because we have individuals in each of these groups that are in their respective classes. We're really, really high placing. They're high quality individuals, and you can see the consistency in each of these. And the breeders' herd and the breeders' group here are in my mind, about as important as you can get. Shows that you can breed consistent quality throughout either gender on these cattle. And I'm going to go out and select my champion and then my reserve just with a congratulations. But I want to take note, we've got a bull in this second group that we didn't see before. We didn't have the opportunity to see. I think this individual is outstanding when you get behind him. He's got some mass and power, and you get this bull on the side profile. He's just, he's striking in his composition. I think this bull needs to be recognized. He wasn't out here earlier, but you got to take note of this one because he's really good. Congratulations to all you breeders' herds on an excellent group of cattle.
Thanks, Judge Songer. And entry number 92 from Head for the Hills Shorthorns of Redverse, Saskatchewan shall be our Oberg Auction Services champion breeders herd. Congratulations to Head for the Hills Shorthorns from Redverse, Saskatchewan. And our reserve champion breeders herd will go to Beatty Farms. Shaylin Beatty has not been a breeder of shorthorn cattle for that long, so what a feather in the cap of Bicycle, Alberta's young Shaylin Beatty. Our reserve champion breeders herd. One group class remains, folks, and that is our Progeny of Dam, sponsored by DBK Genetics. Please add to or delete for your Progeny of Dam. We are expecting to see 4 of them in the ring. Another one of our major sponsors for FARMFAIR International is YEG Air Cargo. Of course, YEG comes from Edmonton International Airport, Canada's largest airport by landmass, which operates 24/7, connecting agricultural products to global markets with top temperature-controlled standards for high-value cargo. We're proud to have YEG Air Cargo as a major sponsor of FARMFAIR International, and you can learn more about their services at FlyEIA or FlyEdmontonInternationalAirport.com/cargo. That's FlyEIA.com/cargo. Many thanks, YEG Air Cargo. We've got one of our Progeny of Dam in place. Looking for a few more.
And with that, folks, we're going to have comments from Judge Tyler Bullock on our first split of senior bull calves here in the Simmental Show.
Oh, we're starting to see some of these big power guys, and this bull doesn't disappoint. He's huge hipped when you get him behind him. You know, he's setting down on a good square base there, and a bull that really gives you a good presence with his head and his neck and his crest and stuff, and a bull we can really appreciate. The second place bull follows him closely. He's a longer bodied bull, I'll give him that. You know, he same thing, he's got the good presence to him and stuff. Not as big a hipped when you get in behind him, and also probably doesn't just track quite as nice as the bull that leads us. The third place bull is similar in that way. Really appreciate the testicle development on him, and you get behind him and big hipped and stuff. He just wouldn't track like the first one does there for us. So that's same story getting down there. I mean, you get him around, and you need him to track, and you need him to look good, and you need him to do all these things at the same time. So bulls that are going to go out and change as they go along, add weight to them, change their look, and be real functional for people out in the industry. These bulls will add pounds, they'll add length and capacity and stuff to these calves out there that are bringing high dollars. So another good set of bulls.
Thank you, Tyler. So moving on and advancing to our division finals is our class winner, entry 152, NUG, pay weight 45N from Maxwell Simmentals of Viking. And second in class, also advancing, entry 158, MMWK Legendary 99N from Willow Creek Simmentals, Crooked Creek, Alberta. Top to bottom in this program, entry 156, entry 152 is your class winner, 153 7th, 154 4th, 156 3rd, 157 5th, and entry 158 was second. In our second split of bull calves, they'll be making their way into the ring. And there's a 3-day spread in this class. We have January 3rd to January 6th. And
DBK Genetics sponsored Progeny of Dam is going to go to Shaylin Beatty of Bicycle, Alberta, Shady Brook Reflection 48G is our Shorthorn Show champion progeny of dam. Congratulations to Shaylin Beatty. The Shady Brook Reflection 48G progeny of dam receives the DBK Genetics Award. Congratulations, Shaylin and Beatty Farms. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all she wrote on our Shorthorn Show. Thanks to the Haydukes for their ringing work. Thanks, of course, to our outstanding judge, one of the great judges in Canada, Katie Songer, to all of our volunteers, our sponsors, and of course our folks both in Hall B here around the Horizon Egg and Turf show ring for watching, as well as those on DLMS globally watching our Shorthorn Show. Of course, we still have lots of bulls to come in Horizon Egg and Turf show ring number 1 and our outstanding Simmental show.